When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Articles today about Russia and the anti-white slur, racism. Why is that a thing during the war? And of course, is Russia going to be invading Europe, or Europe invading Russia? We'll talk about that. We have the going free lesson of the day, the isolationist, and how the Russian conflict will incite them to show up in every single godforsaken live chat, and what to do about them. Here's a hint. Rev up the wood chipper. And how to handle the MP, we all came from Africa. Your calls and comments. And in a parallel universe, 80-year-old parallel universe Jason marries a 20-year-old woman. A younger man warns 80-year-old parallel universe Jason to be careful making whoopee because things could go wrong. To which 80-year-old parallel universe Jason shrugs and responds, if she dies, she dies. It is 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C., 7 a.m. in Sydney, 10 in London, and somewhere after midnight in Moscow, where a very powerful Putin, neither friend nor foe, is waging a war in the Ukraine. It's great to see you all. We are going free, and we're going to be talking about that and many other things over the course of this gathering. You may ask questions or pose comments on Entropy. You can find the URL in the description below. You may financially gift there as well. You may financially gift over on Cash App. The description and URL for that is in the description below as well. You may also financially gift over there on Odyssey. If you have any questions or comments on any of these platforms on which we are live streaming today for this wonderful Going Free gathering, please make sure to tag me and tell those who just don't get it that they have to tag me. You may also financially gift with cryptocurrency, and that's becoming a bit more popular, even though they are growing weaker. You may go to knowwhyguilt.org, knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, and that will take you to the options. I think 4 or 5 of them are there. And you will also see a snail mail address. And we're going to get started right away by, I guess, taking a look to see, did we receive any anonymous gifts over the past week? And it looks like we did not. So we're going to get right into the honors roll call, as we are wont to do at the beginning of every month. And we are going to start off with the All-Stars portion of the honors roll call. And that takes us to Promethean Healing. And let's see, who else do we have here? The great No White Guilt Clips at the very top of the All-Stars portion of the honors roll call. We also have Child of Lindbergh and Joseph and the great Final Blossom as well. And I think rounding out that top group is Honorous, as well as George. And that is the All-Stars portion. We'll get to the rest of the honors roll call now with Connor. Thank you very much. And Josh, as well as a user, and Mark. Checking on Jack, as well as Chris, and All-Star, as well as Roscoe, Diane, and Ben, as well as DB Cooper, and Happy Cat, and JP, as well as Brad C. King Petrus is on there as well. Save Western Civilization Now. Rockford Trader as well. Crux is there. Wingit is there as well. And we also have Rujash is on the honors roll call. W.K. Hendrickson, Liberty Battle, Jacked, Evillian, and Scott. Thank you all so very much. These are people who automatically financially gift, and you can see the links to be able to do that. It's an automatic thing. They don't even think about it. Some of the true champions from there also financially gift over the course of the month, just when their heart so moves them, when their spirit of the West so moves them to do so. You may have normally heard your name on that list, and you're not hearing it today, and you're wondering, why is my name not on that? Why am I not being read out there and celebrated? And by the way, please, let's get a big raucous round of emojis for all of these great champions and their selfless contributions to the service of White Wellbeing. God bless every single one of you. I thank you dearly from my heart. Your name may not have been read because you were financially gifting by way of Patreon. And Patreon has decided to censor me from their platform because I am not anti-white. I actually had a back and forth with Patreon when they made this decision. They attempted, of course, to say that, well, it's because of, and then they give these anti-white pretexts. Then I wrote back to them. They responded. I was able to pigeonhole them, corner them, and effectively prove that I had done nothing for which they claimed I was guilty. There was no evidence of it. And in fact, there was, to the contrary, ample evidence of the contrary, which I presented to them. And at that point, they said, well, you can, you have to stay off the platform for some time. They didn't give a specific amount of time, of course, which means this is Bravo Sierra. And then you may request, and we have a panel of judges that will take a look at your material to decide at that point whether or not you will be allowed back onto the platform. So I pointed out, well, this proves that people have to be either anti-white or indeterminate on your platform. They can't be white positive. They can't care about the victimization of white people. And so I think I'm going to make a little video about that. That's Patreon. Cornered at last. You all would have known all along that there were anti-whites running that platform, but specifically cornered on the fact that they don't want anybody who cares about white people on their platform, period, and end of that story. It's hot in here, folks. It is hot. I was doing it was 80 degrees outside Fahrenheit. And that means inside here with all this computer equipment, it's over 80 degrees Fahrenheit, very warm. And moved around some things. The battery that runs, the backup battery that runs these machines and monitors, these specific ones, the cable was still out there, and I've got to move it back into position. What are you doing under there, Carlisle? Why are you sitting there? The View? At least she has a good excuse. Let's go to the first story we have here. Russian invasion of Ukraine shows racism has no boundaries. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is, and this is over on Brookings Institute, and it's typed by somebody by the name of Rashawn Ray. Wonder if I can pull this microphone up to my mouth, as I like to do when we are reading the articles. Rashawn types away here. In a moment. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is undisguised terror, as described by Ukrainian President Zelensky. In a matter of days, hundreds of people have been killed, thousands are displaced, and hundreds of thousands are aiming to flee to border countries that accept refugees. Newborn babies are being placed in underground bunkers, and men over the age of 18 are barred from leaving and asked to instead pick up arms and fight. There are images of courageous women staying in Ukraine to do the same. Isn't this interesting? He didn't mention the race of any of these people, and yet this is going to be about race. So all of these hundreds of thousands, now over, well over 1 million people displaced, almost 100% are white people, and for some reason that doesn't faze Rashawn. You'll see here in a moment why. I don't know exactly what his angle, but we'll just stick with this for a moment before we get over to the main issue of whether or not the war is going to be broadened and what exactly it means. Your thoughts. What have other content creators been saying? What have you heard? And we'll speak to those things because I think it's important to dispel dumbass nitwittery. Because this is the kind of thing that I've seen so many times and over my decades in the white sympathetic sphere, and I'll just take people on and stomp the shit out of them. The United States has many other countries, and many other countries have instituted severe economic sanctions to try to deter Russia's offensive military tactics. And yet, Vladimir Putin seems set on trying to reclaim Ukrainian land through strong military force. And that's kind of interesting that he said reclaim. He's going to be in trouble. Rashawn, you're going to be in trouble. At his first State of the Union address, idiot Biden enhanced sanctions by, quote, closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, close quote. The economic impacts on the Russian economy will be far-reaching, and the human impacts will be generational. So far, Russia does not seem deterred by the sanctions. Videos of the brutality are painful to watch. One of the things that you all have probably noticed, and maybe I'll just say right here at the start, that for simplicity and also for the simple-minded who will be showing up, I guess I'll refer to the anti-white oligarchs in United States, UK, Canada, everywhere aside from Russia, really. I will refer to them as maybe the American oligarchs. And then on the anti-white oligarchs in Russia, like Putin, I will refer to those as maybe the Russian oligarchs. Will that make it easy for simple-minded people to understand? So far, Russia does not seem deterred by those irksome sanctions. But one of the things you've noticed, I'm sure, is the verbiage and unanimity of position and argument from all of the parties across all of the countries outside of Russia in the West. I mean, they're all just saying the exact same things. Unparalleled human suffering. They were saying unparalleled human suffering when people had been out of their houses for 12 hours. I mean, that's how quick they were to the unparalleled, and human tragedy. And people have been out of their houses for 12 hours. So it's a storyline, not to say that it's not true, because we need to remember we are under the thraldom of anti-white oligarchs here in the United States, and the ear is against the door. The ear is against the door, and they don't like the anti-white oligarchy in Russia, and whose face at the moment is Putin. And so for the sake of the ear being at the door, Putin is evil. Russia is evil. So we should be a little safer. Having said that, we will proceed. They have this script right from the very beginning. And the same verbiage they're using today, the same verbiage of, if this stretches out for several more months, the same verbiage they'll be using then was the same verbiage they were using in the first 12 hours. Unparalleled human suffering and tragedy. But not Rashawn. Rashawn is not worried about the white people suffering in Ukraine. He's got a very specific focus in Ukraine. The images of people trying to flee battle-stricken areas across the Ukrainian border into other countries further highlight the strain and peril of human survival. This journey has proved to be particularly challenging. This is almost like cut and paste, Rashawn. Come on. This journey has proved to be particularly challenging for Black people. He actually wrote that. It's particularly challenging for Black people. There could be one Black person. No, there would have to be two, so he could have plural. Although maybe the one could identify as more than one. And then Rashawn would be in the clear. But there could be millions of white people suffering and dying and displaced and starving and disease-stricken and all Black anti-whites would be more than happy to talk about the particular unique suffering of the Black experience, even if there were just two. This is what you're up against. White America, white Canada, white UK, white France, white Germany. This is what you're up against. This is the thinking of Black people who, during a life and death situation, have found themselves running into racist barriers to their safety and freedom. So can you imagine? It's life and death, but something out there is worse. Racism, this anti-white concoction to make immoral the act of providing well-being for white people. And this kind of thing, let's just move forward a little bit with it, and we'll see exactly what Rashawn is going to say. But there are many reports of Black people being refused at border crossings in favor of white Ukrainians. Oh my God. Oh my God. Really? So you have a country that is Ukrainian people, they're white people, and there are shit tons of them. And what's on the other side of the border but limited resources, Rashawn? Limited resources. Should they just put all the non-white people ahead of the white people? Is that what should happen, Rashawn? So that black people don't have a unique suffering, because they're already suffering 10,000, each and every one of them could be 13, suffering 10,000 years on their shoulders of oppression. Even if they're billionaires or millionaires, they got in there on their Learjet. There's still millions of years of suffering. Isn't that right? So it doesn't matter that there's limited resources on the other side. It doesn't matter to Rashawn that the non-white people in Ukraine could be the same non-white people that some of these countries like Poland were trying to keep out because they could not vet these people. And even though when you have people come in from places in the world where they are unable, unwilling to take records and to have a life of recorded activities, recorded misdeeds, recorded of jail sentences, records of all of these different things. In countries where they don't do it or they can't do it, you kind of want to not let those people in because you can't vet them. You don't know what's going to happen. And in countries where they have just said to the totality of mobs showing up at their border, obviously, the majority of them are going to be good people. But in those mobs, when you can't vet people, there are a lot of other kind of folks as well. And those people then come into your country. And then you have a white little girl somewhere, for example, who is part of your family, your racial family. And her family has a contract, a societal contract with the government in which they've granted rights to the government, certain rights that are theirs in return for protection. And then she gets preyed upon by some of these monsters. These anti-white monsters come from weird places where no records are kept because some other anti-white white person wanted to villainy signal that they were a good person by allowing everybody in, and then betting that by the sheer numbers of the population, the odds that their family members would be brutally gang raped and butchered and found in a hole somewhere in the woods were slim. It would just be your little girl that happened to. So you have a million people pouring into Poland or whatever it is, and I can absolutely see them saying, we're taking the folks that we know are the Ukrainians. We didn't allow everybody in here last year, and we're not going to allow just anybody in here this year just because they're fleeing war at the moment. And besides, on this side of the border in Ukraine, nothing's happening. The Russians aren't there slaying all of the civilians. If they are reporting to us that there's this endless stream of civilians moving into these other countries, primarily Poland, that must mean it's pretty peaceful there, or the civilians wouldn't be crossing the border there. So if it's pretty peaceful, sit down, shut up, and be respectful of the civilizations that we build. SOB, this is our house, and we decide who comes inside. That's how this works. You want to talk about complaining about who gets to cross the border? You can look down in places like Africa, and they discriminate between tribes. And the two tribes can look exactly the same, and they will discriminate and murder on the basis of just the tiniest difference. Let's go back to this. And then it's well, you have to understand, they have a long history of shut your mouth, Rashawn. Plenty of black people being refused. Look, when it comes to anybody fleeing war, good people, I want all people to be able to get away from the hardship, all people to get away from harm. I want everybody to be safe. That's my personal position. But this anti-whiteism, us before you white people, to your goods that you produce, to your civilization that you produce, every last one of you to hell. Sit down and shut up. That's how this works. in favor of Ukrainians. Can you believe it? Can you believe that they are giving favor to white people? They're so evil. Leaving them stuck at the border for days in brutal conditions. Now, there are brutal conditions. There we go again. The conditions would be totally tolerable if it were white people. Ukraine stated they would first allow women and children on trains and transports out of the country to flee the Russian invasion. However, it seems they meant Ukrainian and European. Okay, so what he's saying there is white people. However, it seems they meant white women and children. Yes. That's exactly right, motherfucker. That's exactly right. White women and children. That's who gets to get saved. Sit your ass down, and then once they're taken care of, then we'll see what's left for you. Man, this pisses me off. I almost can't even read this. Can you believe this garbage? I'm so sick of anti-white effronterous behavior. And there was another article about and that's where I thought this was going. Another article about, well, even in the midst of this warfare, there is this racism that's taking place, and that's the big issue. Look at how much the media is concerned with the people and their lives and what's happening there, and why isn't there this much concern given to some tribal conflict in Africa, especially when it comes to the number of people being displaced, minuscule in comparison proportions. Well, why isn't that? Because you have to build it, Rashawn. You go ahead and you build video cameras and you invent all of this shit. You go ahead and invent civilization, and then you go down there and report on it. And you find an audience that gives a damn. That's how this works. Why do their lives matter so much just because they're white? Well, yeah, that demonstrates how much you hate white people, that you would complain that we are putting value on the lives of white people. Tells you everything you need to know about this Rashawn and these other anti-white bastards. Let's see. What does this say here? Black students and athletes are not exempt from these racial barriers. Okay, so and of course in the United States and UK, in the rest of these countries, a black athlete or black student is like the most important life there is. Is not? I mean, we all grow up learning that. When it comes to a black person, their mind is the terrible thing to weigh. Your mind, white man, your mind doesn't matter. Go take some painkillers and then switch over to heroin and just disappear. But if you're black, well, then your mind is important. And we're going to just stamp that degree right onto your goddamn birth certificate. And we're just going to pass you along. Oh, you're going to get that job working on brain stems and whatever. That's what you just get to do, whether you passed or not. And a black athlete, my God, they're treated like royalty in the West today. I mean, how many white moms and dads absolutely take their white babies and turn them into drooling acolytes of black athletes? It is and black musicians and performers. It is sickening. And so it makes sense that Rashawn here is absolutely stunned that the black students and athletes are not just ushered right in before the white people. Well, they're black and their students are athletes. They should go first, right? Professional Ukrainian basketball player Maurice Creek, who was originally from Maryland and played college basketball for Indiana University and George Washington University. I'm sure total scholarships paid for by white people, was stuck in a bomb shelter. Whoa, in Ukraine. How horrifying. Like all the white people there that have no money, not a pot to piss in. But Rashawn worried about this rich basketball player. Disgusting. He is headed for Romania to try to get a flight to the United States. Ukrainian medical student Corin Sky, who is from Zimbabwe and lives in Great Britain. Wow, things are hard. Things are tough. I mean, you get into medical school in Ukraine. You get to live. So you're in the West in Ukraine. You're going to get a good degree, probably an easier degree. And then you're going to take that degree and go back to this wonderful white civilization you live in the UK and make shit tons of money and displace the white doctors there because they're going to hire you in the place. Sounds like a tough life. But guess what? Let's see. What's going to have to happen to this Corin? Zimbabwe stated that trying to leave Ukraine is like Squid Games. What the hell is that? With Ukrainians and Europeans at the top of the hierarchy. Oh, you're getting displaced finally, and you're complaining. What an absolute joke. All that this person is being given. And I mean, why don't you go back to Zimbabwe, invent all the medicine that we've invented, build the hospitals that we've built, build the electrical plants, build the infrastructure, build the hydro plants, build the dams, build the roads, build the farms, build all of that, and then enjoy it there. How about that? Complaining about white people are at the top of the hierarchy when it and says here, let's see, Middle East in the middle and Africans at the bottom. Oh, go home. So this is Sky's perspective is disturbing. There is relevant history that people may not know. So Africans, he says, I'm going to get on from this in just a moment, attending school in what is now Ukraine, date back to the 1920s. So they were allowed, Africans have been allowed. Where is the thanks? Just complaints. That's all I hear. I don't hear any gratitude. No gratitude. Why is there such silence? Okay, and the Soviet Union, now Russia, started formally recruiting Africans to attend college and professional schools in 1957. So they allowed them in. You know what that means? How many chairs are in a classroom? This is an educational question for all these African students. How many chairs, a little bit of a riddle, how many chairs are in a classroom? Here's a hint. Your answers are, I'll make it multiple choice. Finite or infinite? Makes it a little easier. Well, if there aren't infinite chairs in a classroom, that means there are finite chairs. And if there are finite chairs in a classroom, that means to fill a chair with a black ass, what do you have to do with the white ass that was there? Where's the gratitude? Nothing but complaints. Let's see. What else is here before I jump off of this piece of filth? Okay, yeah, they gave them scholarships, which means white people paid for it. 16,000 African people are studying in Ukraine. Wow. They account for more than 20% of Ukraine's international students. Well, it looks to me like they're being given a lot. And to fill those seats in Ukraine means that white people in Ukraine are not being given those scholarships, right? So you have the poor little farmer's family and their little white babies, sons and daughters. They're not going to get a scholarship to go to these big Ukrainian colleges. But these non-white students will get the scholarship to go to these universities and have much better lives than the white people born maybe a mile from the college, right? And then when it comes time for these poor people to flee the country because of warfare, these absolute black anti-white pieces of shit are going to complain. Why not us first? Why don't we get out first? Fuck you all to hell. I'm so sick and tired of this shit. Every one of you. I'm done with that garbage. Let's see what you all are having to say. You never listen to their arguments. You never listen to what they have to say, anti-whites. You never debate with them. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis. $25 financial gift from Bubba, who writes here with his $25 financial gift, "You are changing the world. Thank you." Well, God bless you, brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much for that kind financial gift over here on Cash App. We also have on Cash App, Alma Lahar financially gifting $13.37. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it so very much. And writes, White Wellbeing, not World War III. I agree with that. Thank you so very much. No more brothers' wars. No more brothers' wars. What are you all saying over here on YouTube? Say hello. Promethean Epoch is here. So is the great Brand Danger. Anglo-Saxons. When the temperature's high, it's easy to rile no white guilt with these anti-white, especially at a time like this. I mean, can you imagine the absolute sense of entitlement and hatred for the white race that these people have, that they would not automatically know to shut the fuck up? I mean, can you imagine? White women and children first. And they got a problem with that. It'd be hard to type if every one of Rashawn's fingers were broken because he's a piece of shit. Now, I'm not recommending that. That should not be done. I'm just stating a fact that it is hard to use a keyboard and to type when all of your fingers are broken. The best ever is here. Hello. White Wolf, great to see you. Anglo-Saxon, the best ever. Carlisle has said that a time or two. Elaine Sabatino is here. Great to see you, dear sister. And Lockie is here. Hello, brother. Down under. Popcorn Power is cheering away. Nitro is here. It's in my veins, brother. It's in my veins. Nitro's running through me. And there's our sweet lady right now. Hello, young lady. Carlisle is with us. Azimuth Clark, the great champion. So's Yiz, the unifier, is with us. Hello, hello, and welcome to you. Hatchet Harry is here. Welcome, Hatchet Harry. You have an appointment with Rashawn. Wes Middlebrook, hello and welcome. Jay Omar, great to see you. Says, Putin never blocked my platform, but he would if you got in his way. Rest assured. And let's see. The great Mrs. Jess Horst, wonderful to see you. Good mother. No White Guilt Clips, the champ is here, and welcome. Based guitarist is here, and this guy's based all right. I'm currently working on your music with attitude. I call it Chad metal. Amen. That's awesome, man. I can't wait to hear that. The great Rory Herbert is here. Did you see Kamala Harris's statement? I heard, before I read the rest, I heard, and we're going to be talking in just a moment, so don't go anywhere because you'll be missing out on the best takes that you will get. The best. I put it up against anybody. The best takes that you will get anywhere else. Whole white sympathetic sphere, on mainstream media, background media. You go ahead, you name somebody, I'll debate them, and I'll show you how dumb they are. How's that sound? How does that sound for some entertainment? We'll make some blood sports out of that. Rory says here, I heard that Kamala was going to be sent to Poland. Now, is she planning the trip? Because if she is, we know she'll never make it. And while she's over there, I don't know if is anybody going to send this whore a pair of knee pads? I mean, how's she going to get anything done? without a pair of knee pads, bracing her drop to the knees all day long. That's why she's laughing all day long. The laughter is to cope with the horror of how she climbs the ladder. Rory says, did you see Kamala Harris's statement on the Russia-Ukraine conflict? No, I didn't. Tucker Carlson was talking about it. It's worth reading out. Really? Well, can somebody drop me the link on Entropy, which should be up and running? Somebody drop me the link, or one of the mods, they could drop it in the live chat, whereas you all are not allowed. You all are not allowed because we have troublemakers come in and they want to drop pornographic links and links to other content creators and all of this sort of business. And we know that if you want to look at those things, you wouldn't be here. All right, let's see. Ultra Testosterone is here. Hello and welcome. Jim is here, and there's the great Fornal. Hello, brother. And T96 is here, as well as Leif Erikson. Wow, back from the dead. First time I'm tuning in for some time now. Good to hear your voice again. Well, great to see you. Glad you're hearing my voice again. And Bell Curve is here. Machiavelli sucks. Inquisitive is here. Who else? Cowboy. So is White Calling. What are you all worried about nuclear war? There's a possibility we're getting closer in serious terms than we have in a very long time. Caesar is here. Hello and welcome back. Macro, hello to you. Welcome. The tree is here. The great Franklin, welcome. So Southern Bloom is with us. Hello. Great to see you all. Let me refresh this and see if we have any. Every single time is with us. Hello, brother. Over here on Entropy. Get your raucous emojis out, damn it. And celebrate with me the great dude bro moment. I'm going to give a salute to $50. God bless you, brother. Starting the gathering off right, says for White Wellbeing. God bless you, man. That's fantastic. We're going to get right into this. Is war going to break out in more of Europe? Is Putin going to be taking some of Europe? Is Europe going to push war? Are there going to be no-fly zones? Are they going to try? Well, maybe I'll do this. Maybe I will refer to the anti-white oligarchs that are outside of Russia as the allies. How does that sound? That a lot of very simple-minded people will get, right? So it'll be the allies and Russia. That'll be how it works for them. Sakis is with us, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much for being here. Financial gift in the name of the anti-white, taxpayer-funded Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and all the anti-white, pseudo-intellectual losers who still watch it. That's funny. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, in your face, pseudo-intellectual scum. A stiff wind will break your weak, measly bodies. We're going to jump over to Putin is brandishing the nuclear option. How serious is the threat? Spencer Bocat Lindell typed away over at the New York Times. Over the weekend, as his military laid siege to Ukraine, President Vladimir Putin ordered Russia's nuclear forces into a higher state of alert, the first time the Kremlin has done so since the Russian Federation was established in 1991. Quote, this is unprecedented in the post-Cold War era. Derek Kimball, the executive director of the Arms Control Association, a Washington nonprofit, told NBC. Quote, there has been no instance in which a U.S. or a Russian leader has raised the alert level of their nuclear forces in the middle of a crisis in order to try to coerce the other side's behavior, close quote. Now, what's important about that is that for us, because as I explained last week and I explained on PWR, we can only know in broad strokes what's happening. And from that, we can determine all that we really need to know, because we can't influence, we can't affect, we can't change what the people of this power level are doing. We can tell, though, by the observation here, and everybody else, every other content creator who's telling you all of these intrigues and all of this, just ask them how deep they had to reach into their own asses to find those ideas. Because and I hear this, well, in our country, you're going to get this sanitized, you're going to get this, but in some other country, you don't get that magically. No, you do. You get what their leaders need their populations to hear to maintain the control that those leaders wield over those populations. So you don't get a clearer picture. You don't even get a clear, in fact, you get a muddier, you get a more turbid picture by looking at all of the different media around the world. That's what you end up getting. So because you don't know what those power holders need those populations to believe in order to maintain the stories that bolster the power structure that those leaders sit upon. So what this is for us really is just what does it mean for us in our service to white well-being as we get out into the world and we make changes in the world? How can we use this to our benefit? Because we here in Going Free of the Anti-White Narrative want to change the world. That's not for everybody. I get it. And so if it's not for you, then go off. That's really how it works. If it's not for you, then go back to twiddling your thumbs or something smaller than that and waste your time until the end of the world. But for us, we're changing things. We're changing the world. And so we want to know what's going on to the best of our ability to understand so that we can take that information and use it as we implement our strategies of going free of the anti-white narrative in the world around us with our families and with strangers and coworkers and the like. What we can see with this is that there is a deadly serious power battle going on right now. This struggle is deadly serious between the allies and the oligarchs and the Russian oligarchs. It is deadly serious. The Russian oligarchs, it's not Putin. He's one of them, of course. And of course, I defer to the latest reportage of CNN. And so if CNN this minute says something different than me, then that's correct. If they say something 2 minutes later different from what they had just said, then that's correct. The latest reportage of CNN is what's correct. Having said that, Putin is one of a cabal, a confederation of leaders of a power structure in Russia and perhaps beyond. You don't really know. The countries are for the people that live in them, for the citizens that have contracts, a social contract with those governments. That's what countries are for. Doesn't mean that power holders can't feel allegiances, doesn't mean that they can't feel pride, doesn't mean that they can't feel nationhood or a connection to a people. It does mean that their primary allegiance is to themselves. And it does mean that they have other power brokers they might be entirely dependent on or somewhat dependent on, but confederations get formed. And there are two poles here that are at odds, and the conflict is real. The conflict is deadly serious. So serious that the cabal that Putin is the face of is saying, he's saying, go around and find out what happens. That's what he's saying. Because probably, it was all the way back in 94, I think. And if I'm wrong, then somebody just step up and say so. That Ukraine was invited not to join NATO. They have a tiered system, so it was some part of the tier that they entered in upon, And this was all part of, and you since the Soviet Union fell, the anti-white oligarchs, the allies, United States, they have been inviting more countries into NATO. And it's become just this, not what it was before, not what its initial, and I'm not saying it was good or bad. I don't have any power over it. It doesn't matter to me. You don't have any power over it. Don't think about it. No reason to go to the next barbecue and talk about how, NATO is not what it's supposed to be, and it really should be this. And then you get into a big argument with the brother-in-law, whatever it is, about how it's supposed to work. Dumb. Don't do that. But these entities, these power holders, marched eastward, taking more and more countries in that really couldn't help at all. The United States couldn't help the UK, couldn't help France. They're just burdens. The only thing that they really provided was an ability for the power holders in the United States at all to move closer to what was an atrophying group of power holders at that time. And they really couldn't do anything about it. The oligarchs in Russia and other, their interconnections there. And so then it was probably, how long ago was it that they tried to invite, it was like the next step. It was like, well, invite them into the EU or something like this. And that's when the president of Ukraine said no. And now Ukraine was beginning to feel, the population was beginning to feel the effects of anti-whitism in the country. So the same ideas that have ruined and destroyed the rest of the West were beginning to ruin, destroy the people and social fabric in Ukraine. Well, the Ukrainian president says no, and not gonna be in the EU, as I recall. I could be wrong. And then, of course, there was this big revolution, which, of course, the U.S. and and I say the U.S., but these are just in. This is just the country. It's the power holders, the oligarchs, the anti-white oligarchs in the West. And maybe for argument's sake, I keep thinking about new people checking in and they're listening, and how are they going to understand? So maybe we'll say, even though all white people are Western kind, we'll say the West for everything that's not Russia. The West and Russia. That should make it easy enough. I mean, we're down to like kindergarten level. But so you have these individuals and they're anti-white, and they, of course, all of us, they had nothing to do with the revolution that suddenly sprang up in Ukraine, because that sort of thing just happens naturally, And so they sprang up, and then they wanted to kill this guy that they had elected. And so then he had to flee, of course. And then you had this situation where I'm not exactly sure, and we'll probably never know. Because even though you'll have other content creators and organizational leaders who will say to you with a straight face while they play a vihuela, they'll say to you, well, according to the secret Russian documents, you don't know shit. You didn't read any secret Russian documents. This is ridiculous. So you probably will never know the truth. But probably, using reason and logic and what evidence we can find, probably Russia attempted to contend with the propaganda that the anti-white oligarchs from the West were then injecting like heroin into the body politic of the Ukraine, and they weren't faring well. It's much easier to sell to a person, if you think about an individual, much easier to sell to a person a libertine lifestyle, much easier to sell a just get all lifestyle, just have fun, just sit back, just party, right? Than It is to say, no, you can have a lot of good times in your life. You will have a lot of good times. You'll have good times that have meaning for you. And your civilization will then be perpetuated to the next generation and the next generation. You can have that, but it also entails things that will give you pride. Things like having character, things like being a man, things like being a woman, things like striving for glory if you're a man. They will give you more value and meaning than these transient, ephemeral, superficialities of what anti-Whiteism rides on the back of, right? The instant gratification, the gaming for the guys that goes nowhere, the endless buying of what's considered vogue, and hunting down the prettiest face guys for the girls. I mean, it's just like endless nonsense. And it seems that Russia and their church was losing there in Ukraine. People were really buying into the pornography. They were buying into the quick hit, the fast drugs, the etc. And so instead of Ukraine going a direction that was favorable to the Ukrainian people and therefore a bulwark for the Russian oligarchs, of which Putin is just a face, instead of that, and therefore protecting them from the anti-white oligarchs in the West, instead of that, you have Ukraine becoming increasingly degenerate, and you probably had the anti-white oligarchs in the West telling the Russian oligarchs that they wouldn't move weapons in, they wouldn't make Ukraine another NATO partner, so that you would have a scenario established, a domino scenario established, where you could have any sort of conflict erupt, any minor skirmish, and then all of a sudden you have, what is it, Article 5 or whatever it is in NATO, and then all of these countries are at war with Russia on their doorstep. Now, where this matters, I talked about last week. It matters for those oligarchs. So long before something like war and the overthrow of Russia as a country, you have the threat of being these oligarchs and being assassinated with crazy thing. In the past, it used to be something, and still today, I mean, it can be done, obviously, with something that's very simple. Missile fired off from maybe right on the border with Russia and Ukraine, and it hits this oligarch's home, his front door, and he's gone. He and his family are gone, and nothing can be done about it. And just these incremental sort of steps. And you have a lot of people now, the other kinds of weapons. You get close enough, and you have drones that can fly great distances. You get close enough to these guys' houses, drones that fly great distances and just would fly into with a small charge and kill somebody. So all kinds of tech, things that you might not have even thought of before, are concerns for the most powerful, concerns for the oligarchs. And so you have the other aspect of folks who are now operating things like NATO, things like foreign policy for the U.S., who have been hired on the basis of their race, of their sex, or because they don't know their gender, or they like to change their gender daily, or whatever it might be, rather than hired on the basis of their intelligence and education. And so you have things getting dumber and dumber. And very bad decisions have been made all along, especially with regard to oligarchs, their power, and their feeling of security. And if you push them into a corner where you give them no choice but to respond, then you're going to get a response out of them. That doesn't justify the response. It's just speaking to a fact of the human nature. People are not intelligent people. You know, this is not, there's so many, and you look at all of the propaganda right now being sold across the West. It is all of the lowest level emotionality meant totally for women. It doesn't make any, it's not for men at all. At all. It's all for women because they know how easy it is to manipulate white women. They know how easy it is to show, here's another mother carrying her kids, and she's got a child here and a child there and another child tagging behind. And these comments about Putin is targeting the civilian centers. He's targeting, civilians. I guarantee it. If you haven't heard it yet, you're going to hear some nitwitted woman talk very soon talking about he's a monster. He's just murdering civilians for no reason. And she has no idea what's actually going on. And reason and logic would say that is the most preposterous thing possible. But because women, the vast majority of which, not all, we have the best women here, the vast majority of which confuse emotions with thinking, they're going to think that they're having thoughts when really not a one's going through there. A loud whisper in the breeze as it blows in one ear and out the other. So what we can see is that this is a legit power struggle. It is serious. And you have dumb people, and we have to hope. We have to hope and pray that dumb people, because this is, don't anthropomorphize the players in the struggle. Don't anthropomorphize and say, well, America wouldn't do this because X, Y, or Z. No, America and Poland and Germany, they're composed of teeming masses of individuals. And a lot of really dumb, really screwy people are in charge now. And they could make a deadly error very easily. They could make a decision that the anti-white oligarchs in the West would not want to have happen and might be communicating down what they really want. So what might they really want? Well, it looks, and I'm probably wrong, CNN will tell you the truth, but to me it looks like what they want is they want to make the Russian oligarchs look like absolute animals so that they can dehumanize them for a later time. Not for right now, for a later time. So that they can write history books, which will be history a month after, and it'll be fact, and it'll be rewriting all of history just a month after the fact. That dehumanizes the Russian oligarchy and the Russian people for things that the anti-white oligarchs in the West want to do later. Now, to do that, they need a lot of dead Ukrainians. A lot of dead Ukrainians. So for them, it doesn't matter if a lot is X or a lot is X cubed. They just need a lot. The more for them, the better. So even though you have a scenario where Ukraine cannot fight off Russia, in my opinion, they want to inspire war to last as long as it can, because dead Ukrainians is great for the narrative that they want to create in order to dehumanize the Russian population and Russian oligarchy in the minds of their populations, because it's easier to move a population to even a totally unjust war or aggression or whatever it might be if you have dehumanized the opposition. I mean, just the United States attacked Iraq after 9/11. With a bunch of other countries, of course. They also, the anti-white oligarchs in the West, since they know they're not going to be able to come in and aid Ukraine so that they can take it and hold it and fight Russia off, Why are they not going to be able to do that? Because this is deadly serious. Putin has ordered his nuclear forces to go on a higher level of preparedness. And I know that the United States and other countries are going to be watching to see if that order is carried out, or whether the order was just for the brass, if you will, rather than seeing missiles loaded onto planes and moved from bunkers to frontline locations and things of this nature. Because not all the missiles, a lot of people think every nuclear weapon is an ICBM that can just take off out of a hole in the ground and land anywhere. It's not like that. There are many nukes that go on planes. There are nukes that are on short range launchers, all that sort of thing. So they're not going to be able to just go in, because Putin and the Russian oligarchy are saying, this is the end game. We know what this looks like if you take Ukraine and do whatever you want with it. And so therefore, we're not going to allow it, period, to the point of saying there's going to be nuclear war if you attempt to do this. Where would those nukes land, you might wonder? In the old days, they used to always talk about it being, well, it's going to be like all the cities. They're going to be most concerned with killing the people of the country. No, the primary nukes are going to go at the anti-white oligarchs in the West houses, wherever they might be. That's where they're going to go. And then the next targets would be the infrastructure, ability to produce the means of war and that sort of thing. And then the next would be destabilization of the population, so that the anti-white oligarchs in the West would have to deal with teeming masses that can't get food and all of that sort of thing. So more along the line of a tactical strike on particular houses, if you will, rather than the old days talking about the very first thing would just be the cities, and it would just be not to say that those would be off the radar, but the oligarchs in Russia would want to take out the oligarchs in the West, their person, their bodies, their people, because those are the people in power. So they're not going to be able to go in and just fight Russia. They're not going to be able to put up a no-fly zone and tell Russia, you're not allowed to fly here, because if they do that, there's a chance of an accident. And this is not a what we just overlook, an accidental shoot down from you all scenario. This is a go to war scenario. The other possibility, and that we have to just hope and pray doesn't happen, is that some idiot, as I was mentioning a moment ago, some idiot along the line of idiots making decisions, long down the line of chain of command, decides to do something like these MiGs, these old MiG-29s that are in Poland. How many of them are in Poland? Like 80? Something crazy. And that they would try to send those into Ukraine. Well, it's probably just talk, because I don't think the totality of the Ukrainian Air Force has been wiped out. It's not flying, and we don't know for sure exactly what's going on. So don't turn on your TV or turn on some content creator to find out what's really happening with the bombing and the missiling and the war. It's likely that Putin wants to preserve those jets so that he can have them, and that Ukraine is not launching them because they know that they would be up against insurmountable odds. Those pilots would be shot down instantly. So what could happen, though, is some idiot in Poland decides to try to send these, or idiots just tries to try to send these over the border. They would have to be flown. They would have to be flown by trained pilots that know how to fly MiG-29s, because you can't just know how to fly and then just get in any old plane. You have to specialize. I mean, you could fly it, I assume, but being able to do combat in it. And would they have weapons on them? Putin said any jet coming in from Poland that engages in any sort of combat will be considered aggression from Poland. So it's a precarious situation, to say the least. Let's jump here. What does Putin's order mean? Russia and the United States control 90% of the world's nuclear weapons. Those weapons can be delivered by aircraft, as were the bombs the United States used against Japan. They can also be also submarine, he mentions here. That's true. During the Cold War, as Robert Burns, Associated Press explains, the United States and Russia maintained several times their current number of nuclear weapons and kept them more closely at the ready. Shortly before the Soviet Union collapsed, President George Bush took U.S. nuclear-armed bombers off alert. Let's see. Is there anything else here that's relevant? Both nations have kept their land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles at a constant state of readiness, capable of being launched within minutes. These missiles provide the bedrock of the mutually assured destruction strategy. And that's what has kept warfare from happening between nuclear powers. It's not just about destroying the world with a nuclear winter and missiles just obliterating each other's countries. What's probably more likely, and therefore impossible, is that any massing of troops by one superpower, nuclear holding superpower against another, that mass of troops would just be hit with a nuke and they'd all be gone in the blink of an eye. Wouldn't matter how much you had. So they would all be gone in the blink of an eye. And that is why this is unlikely to become something bigger than Putin moving through Ukraine and trying to take it with and this is what I'm assuming or guessing he would do. I have no idea what he's actually doing, because I have the anti-white media in this country and other Western countries telling me what he's doing. And apparently he's grown horns and hooves for feet. But I would imagine what the Russian oligarchs would want is as bloodless a take of Ukraine as possible, to maintain some sort of equanimity, some sort of friendly relations between Ukrainian people and Russian people, and also preserve the infrastructure so that Russia doesn't have to rebuild it. And no idea it doesn't matter whether or not Russia intends to leave a puppet in charge or to stay there, or probably wouldn't stay, but I don't. But whatever it is, what matters for us, of course, is whether or not we can use what's happening now to spread white well-being to our brothers and sisters, so that you can't have nationalistic wars in the future in the West. So that the moment an oligarch says, I'm going to drive this white population against that white population, the people, both populations come together and they say, you can go to hell. We're not going to murder our brothers and sisters just because there's a different language, or we dress a little differently, or there's an imaginary line between us, or whatever it might be. Politico opinion: yes, Russia might invade a NATO country. Here's how the alliance should prepare. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has triggered a careful balancing act on the part of NATO allies, who are eager to see Russia fail but are unwilling to jump into the war directly. This reflects the same challenge that has confronted the West vis-a-vis Ukraine for 2 decades: how to foster a sovereign Ukraine independent of Russia without necessarily inviting Kiev into NATO or the EU. The bottom line is that militarily, NATO will only offer limited assistance to Ukraine under Article 5. And the reality is, to reduce the number of our brothers and sisters in Ukraine and in Russia from dying, NATO needs to not help at all. The UK, US, they need to not help at all, because helping at all is going to protract the fight and mean more dead white people. which of course the anti-white oligarchs, they don't care. They want more dead white people so that they can dehumanize the Russian oligarchs in the West. Bottom line is that militarily, NATO will only offer limited assistance to Ukraine. Under Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, allies are obligated to treat an attack on one as an attack on all. So it is Article 5. But the flip side of that is that they are under no obligation to help countries that aren't members of the club. Now, this is the way this is written. This is definitely written for women. Do you see that last line? The flip side is that they are under no obligation to help countries that aren't members of the club. Now, a man is going to say, well, that's an alliance. This is warfare. This is long-range stuff. This is the birth and death of nations, of countries. Therefore, that makes perfect sense that you don't help, you don't assist, you don't involve yourself, rather. You don't involve your people. You don't involve your sons in war that are not your business, that don't pertain to your safety. But a woman reading this, that you don't help countries that are not in the club, trivializes the alliance to a club. And then a woman is going to say, well, why? Just because they're not in the club, put them in the club. Put them in the club. While NATO's short, that was a gnat. There was a gnat in the room. While NATO's short-term role in Ukraine may be limited, its bigger role now is to keep Russia out of the rest of Europe. For years, many have taken for granted that Putin will stop at NATO's borders, deterred by the promise of an Article 5 response. Well, of course, the only way at this point that makes any sense that the Russian oligarchs would move into European territory would be if anti-white oligarchs in the West moved weapons of various types right up to the border with Ukraine that threatened the anti-white oligarchs in Russia. If they did that, depending upon the threat of the weapon, and this is probably for 90% of people are not going to be able to understand this. If you look at this on a spectrum and there's a weapon out there, I'm not saying there is. This is just, we're in the laboratory here. We're just thinking. It's a thought experiment. If there were a weapon that if it were in range of X number of miles or kilometers, and that range encompassed the Russian oligarchs most of their lives, they would push them maybe all the way to the Siberia. That'd be like the only place they'd be able to live outside of the range of this weapon. And the weapon would not only be able to reach that range, but it would be able to do it in a very targeted way so that maybe nobody else got hurt. No structure was destroyed. Nobody got hurt. Just the Russian oligarch got dead. And it could happen in the blink of an eye. That's how fast the weapon was. The Russian oligarchs would have to destroy it as soon as it came within that range. Does that make sense? Because they would not be able to live their lives. They want to live their lives. They would not be able to live their... This is game theory. I'm not going to go into it because then we'll get down to like 1 out of every 100 folks that'll be able to understand. But they're not going to live lives in holes in the ground so that other oligarchs can move such weapons, which are theoretical at the moment, within range of killing them. They would have to destroy those weapons. And if that meant going into NATO countries to do so, they would. They would have to. Because it would be a move, the anti-white oligarch move would be a move that would make the Russian oligarchic response inevitable. They would know it unless those who are operating these things now for the anti-white oligarchs are too dumb. And it may be that they're too dumb. This is how things can really spiral badly. If they don't realize that they put the Russian oligarchy in a position of having to attack to preserve their lives, then you could end up with something much bigger. That's why you need very smart people in charge. And we don't have that. I mean, do you really think people like Biden and Kamala cackling Harris, blowjob Harris, are going to be appointing people and putting people in charge that are the brightest? Do you really think they'll be putting no white guy who might be the brightest among those available for the job is going to be getting the job? The only way a white guy who might be in a running for the job and deal with this sort of thing, the only way that he's going to have a chance of getting the job is if he doesn't know if he's a guy. He's attracted to fire hydrants. And he goes around in, I don't know, dressed like a zebra with stilettos on. Who knows? A very mentally unwell person. And then what kind of decisions do you think that guy's going to make? So, of course, Putin will stop. The oligarchy in Russia will stop at the border with these NATO countries. He would have stopped at those borders anyhow. I would assume. I don't know for sure, but it would make no sense to go further. Unless or until there's information that becomes available that there is some sort of reason out there. Again, CNN is the source of information, so don't get it from me. Although NATO's Article 5 has been triggered, Article 4 has the provision of a treaty allowing member states to request consultation if they believe their territorial integrity, political independence, or security is threatened. Requesting consultations may sound weak-kneed. Why? But this, in fact, carries enormous political and diplomatic weight with so this Politico saying, like, you're not doing enough, with the potential to trigger serious military moves. Last week, no fewer than 8 allies, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia, called for Article 4 consultations because they believe Putin's actions threaten them too. I would say that calling for consultations about potential warfare, or not warfare, but the security of your country, as that security relates to an alliance that you belong to, happening just now, shows how unbelievably stupid these countries are being led. Unbelievably stupid. They should have... Folks, we have really entered the idiot zone. These countries should have had these discussions at minimum 2 years ago. Didn't they have far-seeing people that could say, whoa, this isn't going to work out in Ukraine? We need to have some talk. Since it's not going to work out in Ukraine. I mean, if you get to the point where you're like, oh, wait, a thief is coming in the window, we really need to put in a home security system. You're a dumbass. It's too late. You need far-seeing people. This right here by itself is clear evidence that white males are not in. You might see white males at the heads of these governments, but healthy white men are not in charge, because they would have been planning this out and having these talks years ago. You could see this was a unstable scenario. Good God. How would you like to be a citizen? And you're like, they're just talking about this? The serious concerns of these 8 allies are yet another indication that NATO may have spread itself too thin. Since the end of the Cold War, NATO has become something of an all-of-the-above alliance. Yeah, it's because it's the girls' club now. Everybody gets in. Everybody. You know, the reality is, if you have this, what was this riddle? I'm not going to be able to remember the exact one, but you have this riddle where you have a, what is it? The house is on fire, and you can take a ladder to one window. You only have enough time, and you can get two people in one, or one person in the other, or something. No way women can answer that. No way. They would just say, I take both. Simultaneously engaged in collective defense in Europe, crisis management in places like Afghanistan and Iraq, and building cooperative security relationships across the globe from Morocco to Japan. Obviously, this is not the purpose of NATO. And how many ladies are in charge and running things over there now? Ladies of both sexes. What a joke this has become. I'll take a look at your comments and questions. Do you have any predictions about what's going to take place, or do you have anything that you believe will end up happening when it comes to all of this going? And of course, the ladies here, and there are plenty of ladies out there in the world that are sane and rational, and they look at the majority of women and they shake their heads and they wonder how in the world they're able to find the front door when it comes time to leave in the morning for their work, when they leave their families behind and they go make somebody else filthy rich all day long in their little cubicle. Yay, women's lib. Yay, what they've done to the countries of the West. Here's a great woman of the West, an actual magnificent woman of the West. It's Yiz, the Unifier. Financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, good champion. Weekly folk tithe. The conditions at the job I've had the last 5 months worsened further under the idiot anti-whites who run it. So I graciously resigned. I'm sorry to hear that. I definitely know how that can be. Fine with me, though. More time to focus on life building with other white positive people. Kip. Well, thank you so much, good sister. I hope it all works out for you. If it's not there, you succeed everywhere you go. And if you have some anti-white idiots holding you back, then definitely don't suffer them longer than you have to. And I know you'll be a success wherever you end up. And you're always going to be a success with us. God bless you. The great Mrs. Jess Horst, let's get her a round of raucous emojis because she's crossed the $20 limit with a $25 financial gift. The temperature in here is a warm 81 degrees. Nice and hot. Mrs. Jess Horst writes with her $25. Thank you so much, sister. Hail, beautiful folks. Well, a big Promethean hails to you. And it's great to see you here. We have Athos. Also, keep your emojis out. Keep them clicking. Keep them applauding. $25 financial gift. Thank you so much. The true danger of this crisis is hidden. Sanctions of risky fertilizer and the loss of Ukrainian foodstuffs mean that non-white nations will again flood Europe and USA with refugees. Wow. Well, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And of course, that means even if these people are wonderful people, they have a different instincts. Every race has a different instinct. No instinct is better than any other. And that instinct is different, and they project that instinct. And when they reach that point of numerical courage, they get away from numerical diffidence. They begin enclaving and voting to see more and more of that projection in their environment, because that's the harmony one feels with their environment when it reflects back at them who they are on the inside. And that is very different from us and makes our environments very uncomfortable for us. And then, of course, since we are the hated race in the anti-white narrative, becomes extremely dangerous for us as well. God bless you, and thank you so very much for that kind $25 financial gift. Keep the raucous emojis out, ladies and gentlemen. Keep them rolling. Keep them out. Keep them rolling, because we got another one coming in. J.M. Johnson is coming in with a $50 financial gift. God bless you, my dear friend. J.M. Johnson, $50, writes, I love the way you told that person off. Most people who come here from the non-white countries are ungrateful. They expect to be put in the front of the line because the white race owes them. I know a Hispanic woman, so I'm going to guess this is an anti-white Hispanic woman, we'll see, who has a woman-owned Hispanic company. Because she is we don't use minority. That's an anti-white word, meme pathogen, because it makes us believe that non-whites are in this precarious position of, and you have to take care of them. So because she is non-white, she gets first shot at government bids. She's not grateful. Precisely. So this is an anti-white Hispanic woman who can run her business in a white country, a Western country, what we create. And because she's non-white, and I worked for non-white people, I got to see this firsthand. The reality is, but check it out. We talk about it. We show bills. We've shown bills here on this show that absolutely say the fucking words that there are grants to specifically non-white people, loans and loan forgiveness specifically to non-white business owners, big time across the West. So if you want to fact check, you can fact check it up your ass, because that is a fact. You, of course, check with CNN, because I'm probably wrong. Having said that, these people are not grateful. They don't show up and say, they don't meet every white person and say, thank you. Your race has been so wonderful to me. Has that ever happened to anybody? No, we've all had to experience anti-white, non-white people endlessly complaining their asses off about white people, about our civilization. Well, if you don't like it, get the fuck out and never come back. But how many times have you had a non-white person say, your race is marvelous. They've done so much for us. They've done so much for the country I came from. They did so much. They allowed me to come to this great country here, this great white Western country. Can you believe they give me, you all actually have loans and grants. You give money to me just because I'm non-white. I want to thank, where's your hand? Let me just shake your hand because you're a white person and white people are awesome. Fuck, if that ever happens. Scum. That's what they are. They're scum. Nothing but complaining. Our whole lives. Nothing but what's next? Your fault next. You did this. Here's another reason for. And the fact that they would complain about white women and children going first and not non-whites being excluded from that list is just, that is beyond the pale. So thank you very much, J.M. Johnson, $50. We have another bringing J.M. Johnson up to $75. $25 financial gift, another one from J.M. Johnson. Gosh, thank you so very much. That is awesome. He writes, this Hispanic woman believes that being put in front of the line is necessary because she is competing as a non-white woman and wouldn't have a chance against the white men who own the same type of business. That really? So is she admitting that she's not as competent or as industrious? No. She's saying that they're going to cheat for each other. That's what white people do. I think you need to tell her anti-white ass to get it right back, her brown anti-white ass to get right back on the boat or plane or whatever she came from and head home. Because this place is so bad, given her first in line treatment and free money. There's no evidence. She can point to no evidence whatsoever that there's any sort of conspiracy of white male business owners to edge her out of the business she has. But she's going to say this intangible, invisible thing, this anti-white position. It's out there. It's undermining me. And so if I didn't get all this free money from those fucking white men, I wouldn't be able to compete. If they weren't robbed to make me rich, you know that bitch is living in a mansion, or at least what you or I would consider a mansion. I go around all day in D.C. I grew up poor money. We got construction worker family. Father shot by anti-white blacks while working. And I see these anti-white non-whites driving all around in their $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 cars. Telling me my whole life how down and out they are. Because you can find some black and white footage about them having their own water fountain. Or you can find some black and white footage about them having white people saying, no, we don't want you. We'll let you come into the town. We'll let you shop in our stores here or there. But this particular shop owner doesn't want you in. Oh, good God. The world has come to its end. Build your own goddamn shoe store. Absolutely sickening. Rory Herbert, $5 financial gift. God bless you, sir. I sent you the text of Kamala Harris's statement on the Russia-Ukraine conflict via Skype. How condescending to the American people can you get? She sounds like a primary school teacher. Does she really think we are that stupid? Well, I think it's one of those cases where when a person is a real jackass in the world, they go around the world and they're not really aware, not truly aware of how much of a jackass they are, because everybody else is able to see it. They're not telling them. The same thing happens when you're stupid. They don't know how stupid they are. And so it might be a case of she doesn't know how stupid she really is. And so everyone else can look at her and think, wow, what a real dummy. But she's totally unaware. So let's see what this pole smoker has to say. Where is it? Oh, this is her statement. Okay, she starts off with a really profound sentence. Ukraine is a country in Europe. Is this real, Rory? Is this real? Ukraine is a country in Europe. Ha ha! Where do I put my mouth? No, that's not what she writes next. She was thinking that. It exists next to another country. No way. She actually wrote that. Rory, is this real? It exists next to another country called Russia. Oh my God. No, I'm pretty sure this is from the doctoral thesis of hers that she never actually got to get reviewed on because there's only so much room in one woman's mouth. Russia is a bigger country. Jeez. Russia is a powerful country. Is this real? This can't be real. Rory, are you pulling my leg? Come on. This cannot be real. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong. Come on. Fernald says it's real. Where did she say this? Was this a like a proper written statement? Because I could see this being, like impromptu, because she is that dumb. Ukraine is on a planet called Earth. People live in Ukraine. So do groundhogs. Can I get sex work in Ukraine? Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong. I actually think she's talking about a previous relationship. I think she's speaking from memory. Somebody decided to invade a smaller country, was maybe the word she used for whole. Basically, Ukraine is like a back door, and it's smaller. And Russia was just too big, and that's wrong. We're in hell. We are in hell. We are in hell. White people have no control over anything anymore. We are in absolute hell. Wow. Thank you, Rory, for bringing that to my attention. I had no idea. So was that just a statement she made in passing while high on bath salts? Or was that thought out, and did she think, yeah, this says it. This says it. I'm going to release this to the press. Let's call a cap on today. We've said all there needs to be said here. As she pulls on her knee pads. Southern Bloom financially gifts $10. Thank you, dear sister. I appreciate it. Great lady. She's here all the time. She's one of the ones that gets it, right? She's not like one of these fools out there who doesn't know the difference between emotions and thinking. She writes here astutely, no more brother wars. We agree with that completely. No, we don't want to see. I love both peoples. I love the Ukrainians. I love the Russians. I don't want to see any of them dying. I don't want to see anybody's young boys out there in conflict dying. I don't want to see people dying as a result of collateral damage, which obviously is going to happen. That's where, my guess, you have these attacks on civilians supposedly coming from. Don't want to see people displaced. People take medication nowadays, and you displace them, they can't get their meds. I mean, and look at what the medication has done to the populations of just as an aside, you have all these pregnant women take medications, and doctors will tell pregnant women, all that really matters is really two types. One type of medication that causes the child to be addicted to the drug they're taking. So when the child's born, they need to be detoxed off of the drug. There's another class where they say, well, we better tell the women, because when the babies come out, they got one arm coming right out the top of their head, and they make great apple pickers, but otherwise it's all screwed up and people might figure stuff out. So they tell them, that will have an outward deformalities. You shouldn't take those drugs as well. But are we not seeing the consequences of being on any drugs while pregnant? with the population? Everybody's sick. Everybody needs medicine. Maybe the problem is women who are pregnant on any drug. Come on. But you have people displaced and they can't get their drugs. They can't get the treatments. They can't get the outpatient surgery that they needed. We don't want to see any of that. And it's not our doing. But this is a great example of how when you don't have a unifying ideology about our peoplehood, about Western kind, when you don't have a unifying ideology that makes this sort of thing impossible for oligarchs, no matter how powerful they are, then this will happen. And the biggest error to this is to believe in old school antiquated nationalism. It's my flag that comes first. It's my country's name that comes first. You can take all the pride in your flag and your particular hue of Western civilization you want. But when it comes to the well-being of our people, no flag, no country name, no particular type of breakfast, no particular history or whatever comes first. Our biospirit comes first. That's how we prevent this from happening. That's the only way we take power away from mortal gods like these oligarchs. God bless you, Southern Bloom. Get out your raucous emojis. We're having fun and we're just getting started. Hey, you know what's really funny is that I'm sitting here. You all know that I'm right outside the nation's capital in the once great state of Virginia. And the Capital Beltway is known as 495, and it is just here. And we have this Freedom Convoy, and it's been given a couple different names, and it's supposed to be rolling in today. It is rolling in today. It's supposed to stop the Beltway, and so traffic can't move. And at least that's what we were told, what I was told. And it doesn't look like that's happened. It looks like, let me take a quick look at the map and see exactly how heavy the traffic is on 495. Here they were supposed to be protesting, I think, forced inoculation, mandates, I guess, for masks, immigration reform, I think they want, and what else? I think they were supposed to do all of that. As I look at the map right now for 495, it is completely green. Nothing has been stopped. So I'm guessing that the powers have gotten to them and they will not be appearing. Yeah, they will not be appearing or doing squat. Unless somebody has another link, something to show me. I don't see anything taking place. So I think the convoy was a big flop. I think the convoy was like a long-awaited end to a constipation, and now the traffic is just free flowing. Nothing gonna hold it back, and that's kind of unusual for 495 actually. So, wow, truckers, way to drop the ball. And maybe I can put on the screen some of the live footage. Well, reputed to be live of activity in Ukraine. We'll see. Raucous emojis for Marie Curie, our dear sister. Thank you so very much with a $150 financial gift. What a champion. What a true champion of service to white well-being. This is how we're going to change the world. This is how we're going to make a difference in the world. $150. She writes, thank you so very much for your going free method, Jason. Jason and I thank God for you. Thank you for your going free method, and I thank God for you. I just read in detail what my kid is taught in history class. Wow. Eye-opening. Lots of love from Germany. Well, you take it to the anti-whites, sister. You go to your child and you teach about anti-whiteism, and you show your child how these SOBs are anti-white, and you use the MCs to undermine what they are teaching, and you take your child's mind and soul back from those demons. Well done. See, actual things happening here. Lives actually changing. That's the difference between what we do and what others do. God bless you. Thank you for that. Hey, keep your raucous emojis out. Make them loud. Make them proud. Make the anti-whites hear the footsteps. Because the watcher has just financially gifted $200 US. Thank you so very much. $200. $1, he writes, for every IQ point. I love it. I love it. Yeah, you could tell when we are outsmarting the anti-whites. And that's one of the biggest things that we do. We've talked about it for so many years. We talk about how they operate. We talk about how their control is contextual. We refer to it as the story that people live in, the anti-white narrative. We talk about how others acting within that context, within that story, have no choice but to be the characters that the anti-whites want them to be. And therefore, they lose every time. We talk about how we create a new context, and we have created it, and we do create it by a force of our will. If you don't have enough force of will, you can borrow a little bit of mine, because Lord knows I've got a lot to go around. We create that story, and in that story, we succeed, we win. It's not fiction. It's every bit as real as what happens in the anti-white narrative in the real world. Is this real war? Is that rape that happened down the street real rape? Are those murders real murders? Are they passing laws that make legal the discrimination against the white race? Is that real or not? When Marie Curie goes to her child and inoculates her child against the future MPs and cures him or her of the MPs already that he or she, the child, is infected with, is that real or not? That's how we change the world. God bless you. The Watcher, $200 for every IQ point. I love it. What's happening over here on Odyssey? Okay, what a think it. What a thunk it. What a thunk it. Says, tagging me, appearing on the Morning Hustle, the vice president was asked to, quote, break it down in layman's terms for people who don't understand what's going on. Oh my gosh. So that was impromptu. That is what Kamala Harris came up with. Break it down for people who don't know what's going on. There are things called countries, and it's peoples. So she thought, who is she talking to? How dumb is her staff? Because she must be breaking it down. That's how dumb she has to break it down for the people who work around her. That's how dumb she must have to break it down for that cuck that she has as a husband. And just think, he might as well cut out the middle lady and put on those knee pads. I mean, could you imagine if break it down for us so other people. I'm surprised she didn't break out into a rap song, but maybe that's beneath. She just is not good enough to come up with a rap song. Rhyming words are hard. But could you imagine break this down, please, so that the layman can understand. Well, laymen to her are that retarded? If that's the layman, then the expert is really just like an average fool. That's the... Oh, I know what went wrong. The Morning Hustle. I don't know who they are. Who are they? But you know what they forgot to do? She can't think right without a Coke bottle in her mouth. So somebody should have given her a Coke bottle so she could put that in her mouth, and then something brighter would have come out. Let's see. Who'd have thunk it? Gifted 5 library tokens, which is a cryptocurrency over there on Odyssey. Thank you so very much for that. Would have thunk it. And writes, they're saying Putin isn't anti-white enough. They're saying Putin isn't anti-white enough. Well, if they're calling him Hitler, which of course is naturally they're going to do, and he's calling them Hitler, and that's going to be natural. There's no, for us in service to white well-being, there's no good guy here, right? Putin, as I mentioned last week, I mentioned on PWR, if he cared about white people, he would have been using for the past 2 decades minimum, maybe more, he would have been using the persecution and discrimination against white people across Western civilization as a moral cudgel to hammer over Western civilization, all of the other countries. He could have said in every single, who do you people think you are? You can't tell me how to behave. You can't attempt to be to act like you're on a moral high horse. You look at what you do to your white population, and they would not be able to deny it. And it's like the biggest open secret in the history of the world. You have the anti-white narrative that white people are forced to function under, but we all know the truth, and all non-white people know the truth, and all countries know the truth. So if Putin gave one jot for white people, he would have been doing this because it would have benefited him as well. But he doesn't care about white people. I'm not saying he's anti-white, but I mean, maybe you could make the case that he's anti-white, but that maybe they're saying he's not anti-white enough. You know, maybe he's not destroying Christianity, and I don't know if he is or not in Russia. I don't live there, and I'm not going to believe the press, of any country. But generally speaking, Russia looks still pretty white to me, and of course that would be problematic for anti-whites, right? So maybe so. But you could make the case that he's anti-white because he's seeing what's happening to the white race across the Western world, and he hasn't said a word. Not one. But yeah, I guess he's not. Anti-white enough for them. Looks like we also had, I missed yesterday. This is one day. We have White Wellbeing Advocates financially gifted $6 and says, Fernal is doing great work. And also he writes, my favorite musicians come right out of our sphere, like Fernal. Well, Fernal is amazing, and he is doing magnificent work. So thank you very much for that. And hello to everyone who is over there watching us on Odyssey. Let me say hello to the folks at D Live. I don't see any tags. And we have Red Dog saying the retarded thing was installed as our vice president. You know, there's also the possibility that she doesn't know what the word layman means. And she thought layman meant a man who is on his back waiting for Kamala to get started. And she thought he really doesn't want to bloods elsewhere. So I just got to make this quick. Ukraine's a place. Russia's a bigger place. Russia invaded the smaller place. That's not good. Now can I get started? For Null over there on D Live with the Eindolens. They look gorgeous, man. That's fantastic. Dangleberry, haha, over there on D Live. Great to see you. Let's swivel back around, see what you all are saying over on Cash App. Hello there, folks. Promethean Reckoning. We have here Artificer, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much and great to see you. One of our best. Writes for White Wellbeing. Amen to that. Dangleberry. You think that's what happens when you go into one of these barber shops where they, maybe in certain parts of cities, and they have a lot of knots going on? You think they go in there and they say, just trim back the dangleberries, trim them back a little bit. Our dear sister, I love Jesus Christ, is with us. Financially gifting, as always, $10. We deeply appreciate you. Thank you so very much. I love Jesus Christ. And she writes as well, for White Wellbeing. Amen. And this is a message that's sent. This is a people out of a deracinated race. This isn't another club. This isn't another political group. This isn't another, whatever vehicle, whatever name you want to give to it, that's just going to spring up, get popular, and then everybody will shout down anybody that's critical of the errors they're making, and then people will see that, well, there's no results, shit, and then they'll leave and they'll look for the same thing over again. This isn't a cult of personality. Everybody's circling around some deranged little puke and deranged fantasies, and they all have their own idiosyncrasies and agendas, and no, this is a people out of a deracinated race. This is cultural, social, psychological. It is the 200 level IQ of taking back our destiny. And that means that there are going to be a lot of folks that aren't going to be able to get it. And you'll know when you are up against somebody who has a mid-wit IQ, at best lukewarm, and definitely low IQ. You'll know who they are. They out themselves because they don't like going free. Leave it up to me to produce the fastest moving IQ test in Western civilization. DM asks, does NWG have guests on anymore? Well, you could have just asked me. Tag me, folks, and I'll jump in to the chat and I will answer. And the answer is yes. I have guests on. I've got one under the desk right now. Ursa Major is here. Great to see you. Peterson. Did you come out of like some sort of Asian kung fu movie? Peterson has arrived. And then they have that music. Quick, should I get out like, where are those people? What are they called again? Foley's. Get out the Foleys. I want to hear like that fabric moving when Peterson has arrived. Ho ha! Lockie says, Jason, warm 81 degrees. Me laughs in Australia. I bet where you are, it gets. But this is, my friend, look at the month. It should not be that warm here. Don't worry. In Northern Virginia, we will find a very scorching, sultry temperature, which is just about every day with me. But also midsummer, it'll get up into the 90s, and heat index will be up over 100. Up over 100. I mean, just think of the poor Peterson here trying to do kung fu in that kind of weather. It'll be everybody was kung fu crotch rotting. JM. It was on an urban radio show. Oh, an urban radio show interview. Well, they're better than us. So Wow. So was Kamala BJ Harris, and that's because she really likes the store BJ's. If you've ever been, she's a fan, and so that's how she got that nickname BJ. So is she trying to tell people something about urban radio listeners with that? Ukraine is on Earth. Earth is in space. Ukraine be like a little guy. Russia is like a big guy. And that big guy beat down that motherfucker. Kingdom. I didn't say it. Apparently she said it. I would have spoken to those people the same way I speak to everyone else. First of Western kind. Hello to you. Great to see you. Jerome V is with us. Melody Dawn is with us. Hello to the both of you. Euro Yankee is here. Great to see you. Grand Flash. Hello. That's a lot of grand flashing going on over in what I could go a couple ways with that. Over there in Ukraine, there's also a bit of warfare. Austin is with us. Great to see you, brother. Cole Pep is here. Hello. And thank you all for celebrating our good folks, our people stepping up, doing good things. Cockney is here. And what else do we have here? Oh, people, don't say silly things. My troll slayers will have at you. Have at you, like they do in Monty Python. And they will make swift work of you. You haven't a chance. They are trained in the art of troll slaying for most of their lives. Beaten with sopping wet cats while they train in the art of troll slaying. Let's see. Looks like Jilly is here. Hello to you. And so is T96. The Lord does not like to see trolls out there. The Lord does not like to see war. 0022 asks, do you still have entropy? It's running. Yeah, you can find the link down below. You can go over there and have some fun. Visionary Companion, hello. Pete is with us. What the? Hello to you. Okay, so actually some of these claims about God's going to do it for us, it's what we're going to be talking about very shortly, because the Going Free lesson of the day, which is coming up, and we've already been rolling for over 2 hours, so having fun. Who knows? Who knows how long we'll go? But maybe longer, maybe shorter, who knows? But it's specifically about these folks that you will see coming out of the woodwork, and that you're going to have to be able to speak to them and their isolationist suggestions, their urging, they want to advise you to do very stupid things, very stupid. I have so little patience for them. So we'll be talking about these isolationists. Buy all the food. There's going to be a food shortage. Dig a hole in the ground. It'll all be better at some point. You just go into there. You want to get off the grid, and then you want to. Do you folks? Last Sunday, I was actually sick with norovirus, and I didn't know it. And I just knew that I was having to put forward like twice the amount of energy to be able to talk and think. And right after, or just a couple hours after we stopped, it hit. And this was like monstrous norovirus. So some folks, they have a better go of it. Other folks, they have a tougher time. But we made it through. If I were out and I got to the point where, because I have only 9% body fat, over 45% muscle, that's not a lot of fat to burn. When you can't eat and you can't drink, even though I stay hydrated, body goes through fluid fast with norovirus. And I considered going to the hospital to get hydrated, because by the second day, my lips were cracking from dehydration. It was bad. It was not good. And if you were out on the limb of civilization, you didn't have saline and know how to put an IV in, could be the end. But we'll talk about that when we get to it, which is very shortly. That Mitch is here. And I think we're just about all. Yes, Artificer says God will do it for us is just an excuse against our stewardship. Oh, it's not. No, you're right. It's not just your opinion. It absolutely is just an excuse to do nothing. God is not going to help a spoiled brat. Do it for me. Shut up. That's what God is saying to you. You're going to have to take whatever it is in your ears. You're going to have to take it out, because apparently you're not hearing God say, shut up, loser, because that's what God is saying. Shut up, loser. Get up, make it happen. And then if you get right to the verge of success, failure, and you've been making it happen, then I'll come in and just kind of give it a little push and you'll win. That's how God works. Anybody telling you we can win because God's with us is a liar, because it wouldn't be this bad if God was going to do anything. You have to make it happen. God doesn't help anybody who's not helping themselves. Vigil says these people are incapable of forming their own thoughts and parrot the dominant social narrative. All you have to do is show them a picture of a crying child and hand them a gun. I know it. You're absolutely right. Especially, and they're acting like all these Ukrainian women. Oh, they're so terrible. It's so terrible. You know, their sons going off, and for those women, they're actually terrified of their husbands and sons dying. But in the rest of the Western civilization, the vast majority, not all, because we have good women here in white positive sphere, but they're all ecstatic. They're all delighted that they're going, yes, it's got to happen. They got to go die, because men are fungible. Men are disposable. That's one of the things about the anti-white narrative we got to get rid of. And ladies, start cutting it out of your own heads and cut it out of your daughters' heads. That men, that their lives don't matter, their feelings don't matter. Bullshit. That ladies are more important. Bullshit. You know, this whole like ladies, when you see ladies and their children get to go to the border and get away from the fighting, that's because the white men have said that's going to be the case. Where are the thank yous? We could just as easily say, here's a gun, bitch. They're coming. Good luck. No, it's they get to sidestep all of the violence and bloodshed and dismemberment and the psychosis that is induced from having to see that, or given all of this preferential treatment by the white man. No thank yous. And then anti-whiteism comes along and says, you don't need that white man. We'll just rob from him, and then you can go and be your own man. And she says, yes, I'll thank you. I'll take that. To hell with Western civilization. All right, what else do we have here? Remember, tag me. Tag me, tag me. Your Yankee says, my daughter is not a feminist, thank God. Well, good, because a feminist is anti-white. It's just a subset of anti-whiteism. So glad to hear that she's not anti-white. Eagle Heart says, preach, Jason. Well, you know, when I'm hitting upon those painful truths, we're going to have there'll be, as we get rid of anti-whiteism, there's going to be a very big revamping of things. A very big revamping. Have a scenario where I get close to a door and a woman steps up and says, can I get that for you, sir? Yes, you can. Hold that damn thing open. Make me a sandwich with no wheat. Western Man financially gifts $3. Thank you so much. He says, I just got back home from work. I'll try to jump on it. I'll try to jump on if I can. Awesome, man. We hope to see you. It's always great to have you on. I agree, writes Vigil. Sickening that men are seen as expendable. Seen as expendable for a long time. Social media influencers are pushing this garbage all the time. Oh, yeah, they're like men to war. No, I say bitches first. Ladies first. Ladies first. Well, it wouldn't be ladies first because we'll keep the ladies. Thank you. We'll have the bitches and the whores go first. That's who goes first. These females, they can go first. Oh, it's wartime. Oh, okay. Well, let's see, honey. Get your fat ass up off that cozy bed that men invented so that women would have a comfy place to sleep. Get your fat ass off of that. Get that upturned light bulb, upside down light bulb shape off of there. And I want you to, here's a gun. Stop crying. And here's a little hat. You're going to get to go play soldier or airman or sailor now. And you're going to be the first. You're going to be the first. So brave. Girl power. Just remember girl power when you get out there on the battlefield and things like bullets go through people and body parts come out of them and things like that. Just remember you have power inside, honey. You can make it happen because you are woman. Let the enemy hear you roar. I'm sure Russian troops will just quake in fear. Maybe that's what we should do. If the West is going to participate in Ukraine, I think we should send all female units, 100%, all female units. We'll keep the ladies in the white positive sphere, but all these girls out there and these powerful ladies who are so tough, who have all the positions that I should have, positions that other men should have, they should go first. I think they should get to go out there front line against the Russian men and see what happens. I'm going to guess that they will, the American women will flop on their backs so fast. It'll be the biggest whorehouse on planet Earth. Not even $1 being spent. That's what would happen. Here's something I want to talk about, though, before we move on from the visual spectacle of how quickly the surrender would take place and how it would look. Here's something I want to have a look at. Let's see. Let's close a few things here since we're just having a bit of fun. And let's see. What was this? Okay, we can close that. And I tell you what, they're making out this. If this Zelensky guy, if he really fights to the death, that'll be one heroic ass thing to do. Is he in a scenario where he is likely to die or will die? Who knows? If he fights to the death, then I will give him his due. I'll give him great respect. And until then, I don't know where he actually is and what's actually going on. But he's ending up looking really good, framing it very well. Good TV, something in the blood. All right. I'm going to give up on this whole trucker thing. They're not making anything happen. What happened to the truckers? All right. Bros and Bros said, I heard he was in Florida. He's hanging back. He's got, what do they drink down in Florida? Probably some sort of opiate. He's hanging back there in Florida, and they're like, come on, we need you to get on camera. I don't know where he's at. Maybe he is in the midst of conflict. That's what I said Saddam Hussein should have done. He should have just rode out with the Republican Guard to the end and been a hero. I mean, how many years do you need to be alive anyhow? It was the end. There are no men anymore. So few men. That's because ladies are in charge. It's because women are in charge. You don't get men when you have women in charge. You know, women should understand you have men and then you have women, as in, whoa, 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 shut the fuck up. That's what you have. All right. Patriots Day. I had this at the beginning of the title and of the show, because this is interesting. It's interesting. That's all I'm saying. It's interesting. And so I felt like it was worthy of addressing. Now, I normally do not do this for a couple of reasons, what I'm about to do. I normally don't do this for a couple of reasons. Number one, in particular cases, it can be very embarrassing for a person. And I don't like to publicly embarrass folks. And so I normally don't do it because I have a lot of empathy. Even when somebody's doing something I find even objectionable, I can still feel for them and what they feel in their shoes. So I normally don't do it for that reason. Another reason why I don't do what I'm about to do is because it takes an ungodly amount of time. Yesterday, I spent several hours of time I don't have. I could be putting to better use for White Wellbeing. So and then you're not even guaranteed of finding everything you're looking for. So I don't do it for that reason as well. I also don't do it because there's this case that folks can make that people don't like hearing when you tell them that you've been right. Now, the problem there is that if you have a track record of being right, then, like if your doctor has a track record of being right, then you want to use that doctor, right? Because I'm going to go ahead and call him a he. Because instead of he or she, because he is going to be working on you. So you want him to have been right. And then now he's going to continue being right with you. You want like somebody handling your investments to have a nice track record of accuracy. I would think that when it comes to socio-political matters, you would want to get info and advice and interpretation from a person who has a long track record of being right. Me. Unlike others who are dumb as all fuck. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Who are wrong all the time. Or almost all the time. But they're entertaining or they're whatever. So people say, well, they don't want to hear that you've been right. They don't want to hear what you've been right. So I also don't do it for that reason very often. But the reality is many people here. It's just for like the short memory people, the people with long memories. They can remember when I've said X or Y or whatever it is. And then next week it comes true. 6 months, it comes true. 3 years, it comes true. They go, oh my God, that's exactly what Jason said. Now, having said that, I'm by far from perfect. I get errors, of course, but I'm right more often than your doctor, and yet you go to him. I'm right more often than your investment strategist, and yet you still call him up on the phone for investment strategies. So those folks can say it, and I really appreciate when I see people say, "Wow, Jason said that would happen," and they remind all the people with shitty memories that don't know, because they just don't know. They think, well, it's just anybody could have said that, or anybody, whatever, right? So I really appreciate all of you who say, whoa, he was right again. I mean, you think about my debates I had with Piss Pants Doolittle and that red helmeted little prick of his, John Mark. And I said to those idiots built up a gigantic subscriber base and following. Gigantic. Probably feds involved somehow, who knows? But they built up a gigantic, and I said, they are completely wrong, and here's why, and here's what will happen. And in the first case, it was 1 week later in Maryland, I was proven right. And then the second debate I had with him, what was it, a month or 2 months later, I was proven right again in Texas. And then those fools went out and they did what they did, worshipped other races' genitals. And my God, you people who followed them, it's okay that you can make a mistake. You got to pull the reins back. You got to say, where did I go wrong in life? Maybe about 6 years old. And I'm going to turn things around and I'm going to head in the right direction now, because you had to be real wrong to follow those guys. So you can head in the right direction now. I won't even ask if you were one of the fools following them. You could just say, no, I always knew they were idiots too. That's what most people would say anyhow. But so for these reasons, I normally don't do this. But I was so stunned by the brashness of this, by the absolute effronterous nature of it, and also the awareness of how certainly it would be adopted as truth and then spread. That I felt I just had to address it. And the other thing is that got to me is there's no way this individual, no way he did not know that it came from me. No way. In fact, I have some inside baseball on that he's certainly knew. But you can also read the tea leaves and see the case for yourself. But no way he didn't know it was me. But he didn't say this came from Jason. And let me clarify something. Well, I'll finish that thought. He didn't say that this came from Jason, no white guilt. He said it came from him. And let me clarify something. I want everybody using the lexicon and dialectics. Said that many times. That's what we want to have happen. We want everybody using the lexicon and dialectics. And we've said there will be people so many circles away that'll have no idea where it's all, that all these good people here are originating it and pushing it out into the world, testing it, continually testing it, making sure it works in different environments, pushing it out into the world. And that is power. That is the power that we're influencing over our own destinies by getting people to use the lexicon and dialectics that they would never use if they knew it came directly from us. That we influence the environment without having billions of dollars, without having millions of dollars, Christ's sake, not even having thousands of dollars. We've so influenced. That's genius, for Christ's sake. Where's the credit for that? That's power. We want that to happen. When I see that happening, a big smile goes across my face. Mark Dice using this stuff, I love it. I love him for using it. He doesn't have to know where it came from or say where it came from. I don't care. But there's one category of people who need to be saying where it came from, or they're just lying SOBs. And that's people who are working in the same vein. If those folks who are working in the same vein adopt what we're doing because it works and try to pass it off as their own creation so that they can steal fame, so that they can steal self-aggrandizement, so that they can steal dollars away from the people who are making it actually work, so that they can put it to use in something that is just meant to enrich them, to aggrandize them, that even if they cared about the white race, isn't going to work for them because they're going to sully it with whatever they are not able to do in the first place and whatever they brought to the table in the first place. That I have a problem with. And it should be obvious why. I just stated all of the reasons. So let's take a look at something. And I'm going to let you all, then we'll take a little musical break so that we can, do things like find a feminist and give her the worst day of her life. Let's see. So we're looking for, which one is this? This will take, is this one? We're looking for, yeah, it's that one. All right. So take a look at this. That's the 10th. So I'm just looking at my notes here. All right, so I'm going to go back to, I'll just pop this up on the screen in 1 second. I think I have this. This took a long ass time. And it's worth it.
Anti-whites? Right.
Let's see. Hopefully it'll be audible just fine. All right, here we go. Take a look at this. This is on January 10. This is January 10, 2021. It is 4 days after Patriots Day, as I named it, when the patriot lost his innocence. And you will be able to see how this name came together for me. Shown in there, they were given deference. They were allowed to scream and shout and hoot and holler, and nothing happened to them. But if you entered the Capitol on 6th of January 21, then my advice to you is to refrain from bragging. I wanted to share that just very briefly, that one little bit, because this is 4 days afterward. And I was telling people to refrain from bragging about this because there were going to end up being severe consequences. Well, people decided to ignore that advice and they bragged, and then they got to spend a lot of time in jail. Their lives are ruined. So this is just 4 days after and I just had to include it. So I want now, let's see, 541. Wells, and they showed up there, and they're the ones who were mischievous or did wrong or broke the law. Do not allow them to sully the 6th of January 21, because that's when innocence was lost by the American patriot. That is how this day should be recorded for all time for us in the white positive sphere. The death of innocence. All right. That was just 4 days after. And you see that I had come up with what was the second line, the death of innocence. And now on the 12th, from the 10th to the 12th. I do a Roland going free. But I could do that 1,000-fold with you all because this is far more important. But we got to get to some of these things and get out of here. But I'm already seeing people, let's see, and none of which are ours by the anti-white. Death of it. Oh, there it is. For the Patriot. Someone remember about that date was the death of innocence for the Patriot. Someone should people should be putting that into song. They should be putting it into poetry. They should be putting it into a beautiful painting. They could do it into digital art and distribute either online or in their community. The death of innocence for the Patriot. We are the ones who are going to decide. Remember that you have to have the will, and if you don't have the willpower, then ask for some of mine, because I and Brand Danger and Roy Danton and Bartleby and Grayman the Gray, we have it in abundance, and we will hand it out to you if you need the willpower to be inside of our story. You jump to this part. I mean, let's be serious. If you really want to know about what could have been done to the Capitol, just think if it had been anti-whites that had run through the halls and gotten into the offices, what they would have done. Well, if you want any doubt, you just go ahead and look to what they've done all summer long. Every single Starbucks, every single, what other kind of stores were they taking down? Anything that had nice purses, nice shoes, set all of that on fire, destroy everything in all of these places. Leave defecating and urinating all over everything. You know, that's what the Capitol would have looked like had the anti-whites been inside. So I don't want to hear anybody say riot or anything like it. I don't want to hear anybody say anything like destruction or property damage or anything like this. I'm actually quite sick of it, and I don't want to read it either. You know, so if you are one of those people who write me, and I love the folks that write me, don't write me with this garbage, because I'm at the point now where I've had a couple people write, and the entire thing, it's already, you know, if you send me something that's lengthy, then that's going to require, you know, a lot of time that I don't really have. And so I sit down and I say, well, this person is an important human being. The decision they made to contact me means that reaching out to me was valuable to them for some reason. So it's valuable to me. So I'm going to read through this thing. And I start reading through it, and every goddamn sentence or every other goddamn sentence sounds like I'm talking to a network anchor from CNN. Foxtrot off with that shit. I'm sick of it. What in the hell? What in the hell? It's seriously like, I mean, if you're going to write to me and say, so we're the bad guys, I'm just going to delete your message. It's gone. I'm not reading that shit anymore. I'm tired of, you know, trying to write back and say, well, what you mean by that is this, and what you mean. I've said that tens of thousands of times, it feels like. We are not the bad guys. I don't give a shit what CNN says, or Fox News, or the ballless wonder Tucker Carlson, who had to hire some other man or men to come impregnate his wife. I don't care how they put it. I really don't give a damn. We are in our story. They are the bad guys in our story. So none of the domestic terrorist stuff. These were peaceful protesters. These were freedom marchers. These were American patriots, peaceful demonstrators, placid, tranquil spirits who had been driven and prodded like an animal. Any animal can be prodded finally from a place of passivity to a place of righteous indignation, and shouting that righteous indignation as loudly as they possibly can. Any animal. That's what happened January 6, 21. The death of innocence for the Patriot. That segment was important there as well because by the 12th of January, 6 days after, all content creators, I wasn't just speaking to people who were, or about people who were writing and saying, calling us insurrectionists or these sorts of things, rebels and all of this sort of business, but content creators, organizational leaders across the white sympathetic sphere were using the lexicon of the anti-whites. They were using what the anti-whites were calling us. That's what they were using on their broadcasts already. And so that's what I was speaking to there. And then the very next day, you see how this is coming together for me. The very next day on PWR. Now, what happened, and I'll this is my first time to speak on this episode. Hearing from Richard and continuing with the questions of the show today, is that there was a great elation, a great patriotism that was present on that day. It was a glorious day. Nobody should ever refer to this as a riot. Nobody should ever refer to this as an insurrection. Nobody should ever refer to this as anything criminal. It was a Patriots' Day. It was a red, white, and blue day for the United States. It was a Patriots' Day. It was a red, white, and blue day for the United States. And when indeed patriots show up at what they believe and what is supposed to be their house, the Capitol, which, by the way, as Dr. Patrick Slattery pointed out, in these momentous moments, right in the midst of the flash bang grenades that we hustled over and videotaped, the tear gas grenades, the rubber bullets shot through people's faces that we got photographs of, the blood all over the place, the people beaten over the heads. For what? For showing up at what they believed was their house, to shout their disapproval at legislators who refused to look at the evidence. These people finally get inside, and if this was an actual riot, if they actually wanted to insurrect, that damn whorehouse would have been burnt to the ground. There were hundreds of people inside the Capitol building. They would have found lighters if they didn't bring them of their own accord. And of course, if they had wanted to do damage like that, they would have brought such material with them. Breaking a few windows and somebody picking up a lectern and somebody taking some stationery with them and somebody taking a computer. Yes, those who thieved anything who purloined should be prosecuted for theft. But taking a couple things out of the Capitol building is not insurrection. Breaking a couple windows that'll be replaced by insurance is not insurrection. They could have burned that place to the ground. They could have set hundreds of fires inside the Capitol building that no one would have been able to get to. In just the 1980s, a Rosenberg snuck a bomb into the Capitol building and set it off. And she got 86 years or something like this in jail and spent only a handful, and now she runs Black Lives Matter. So that is actual insurrection. These are anti-white whore bastards that occupy the House of the People in the United States of America. This was the Patriots' Day, January 6, 21. We should remember it for all time. When the innocence for the patriot died. That's what died, not America. It was the death of innocence in the United States. This was the Patriots' Day, January 6, 21. We should remember it for all time. When the innocence for the patriot died. That's what died, not America. It was the death of innocence in the United States. Finally, January 17th, the going free that followed. Out into these two-dimensional things that can be snatched up by the most corrupt law enforcement agency ever to trod free ground, and that is the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Pluck them right out of their lives and put them in jail forever. For what? For going to Patriots' Day. Patriots' Day is what it was, ladies and gentlemen.
January 6, 21, Patriots Day, when we showed up and made our voices heard. When some people did something that was lawful, which is to go inside the house of the people, totally illegal, to try to keep people out of the Capitol building. And some of them were mischievous. Some of them were so mischievous, they even shoplifted. One of them took a lectern when he shoplifted. Some of them took some stationery. I think somebody actually shoplifted a laptop, and they should be, for purloining such things, they should be arrested and charged with shoplifting. But when it comes to breaking the windows, insurance will pay for that, just like it's paid for the scores of millions of windows that have been broken by anti-white, actual militaristic mobs that have assailed Western civilization over the totality of the past year. So insurance will pay for that. Don't even give a damn. But the people entered the house on Patriots Day. That is how we will remember it. Patriots Day, it'll be a remembrance day when the innocence of the patriots was lost.
Could everybody hear that okay? Let me know if that audio came through. You can see then how from just days after January 6, 21, I slowly put that together until it ended up being, by the 17th, fully formed as Patriots Day, when the patriot lost his innocence. Loud and clear it came through. All right. I've been calling it, as you all know, Patriots Day ever since.
Now, last year was a very dark year for me, as you all know. 2021 began with the historic Patriots Day, as I'm calling it. Patriot Day. I'm going to hope that's catching on. You know, we got to start saying that, all right? Start calling it that, because, you know, and I'll get into that, but
he said that on March 3rd, 2022.
ministered to him, urging him to fight, for they knew it was impossible to hide. With their hearts they saw neither cloak, wraith, nor mask, but the mighty warrior God who dwelt inside. Beware the honey words of the merchant of shame, whose malice hides behind a noble deed. Never will his gluttony be satisfied, and for the shaming merchant always needs to feed.
That was Imminent Rain with one of his masterpieces, Merchant of Shame. And a lot of shameful things going on. We did have the question right after. I just want to clarify. We want people in the general population to adopt the lexicon of dialectics. And they don't need to know where it came from. The folks who are involved in socio-political endeavors, particularly those who are close to the edge of what's permissible inside the anti-white story, they need to be giving credit when they use what we create, because if they're not, the intent is to thieve folks to their own aggrandizement, to their own, even if their intention was pure, whatever they're doing is not the thing. If they have to steal things from me, it's not the thing that's succeeding for our people. And so if they don't give credit, then it's not going to end up ultimately doing anything good. Our efforts here, stolen, are not going to end up doing anything good for our people if those efforts are used to steer people down dead-end alleys. And what ultimately, let's just be honest, it's self-aggrandizement, it's wealth enrichment, it's all of this shit. Just cut through the bullshit. That's what it's all about. We care about white well-being, and a result of that selflessness are things that work. And so if somebody's going to be using our stuff, then they need to give credit, or they'll be shamed for it and embarrassed. That's what I'm calling it. All right, let's go ahead and get on to the Going Free lesson of the day. And I'll take a look. Looks like we are blank over here on Cash App, so I'm not missing anybody. We're blank over here on Entropy. I didn't miss anybody. How about on Odyssey? No, Odyssey we have, looks like, would have thunk it, 5 library tokens have been given to us. Can I go to the library and what can I get for 5 tokens at the library? Does it depend on what a librarian looks like? If women went to test how white positive, if they want to test how white positive they are, they should wonder if they think any less of white men wanting to escape Ukraine, and whether they hate the oligarchs forcing them to stay. Oh, that's a good question. What about the Ukrainian men who say, I have no allegiance to the oligarchs in charge of Ukraine. I'm getting out. Do you as a white woman think any less of those white men? Because if you do, you got a problem. If you do, then you better be saying the women should be staying and fighting as well. Because a woman's life is not more important than a man's life. Understand, Cupcake? You'll find out the women who come to understand will be the ones that are left, because the others we're going to leave out in the wild with the anti-whites. And they won't treat you so good. All right. Looks like Michael over here, financially gifting on Odyssey. And I thank you so much for this. Those who are financially gifting over there on Odyssey as well. It's fun to have to look to the screens off to my left, your right. And Michael writes, FYI, Mr. Pisspants is on Gab pushing his proprietarianism. Well, thank you for letting me know. Please just always remind folks what this guy is. Don't engage him in his conversations. Don't engage. He's a baffle gabber, which means he has nothing genuine to say. He's just going to throw around titles to books, names of historians and philosophers and politicians, and then at the end of it say, well, I've made my point. And he really will have not. It's most evident when you can listen to him in a recorded way, or you look at his writings, because then you can pause and say, okay, is that proof to his point at all? Does that support what he's saying at all? And then all the way to the end, no. So he's a professional baffle gabber. He is a little penis, fat, morbidly obese, with incontinent baffle gabber. And he led many people down terrible paths, and people should stay away from him and his tiny Datsun. They just need to and remind people that when he had his little rally, and with his little red helmeted guy, and they went out there, and out of all those guys, what did they have, like 20, 30 guys or something show up and for their rally, and they're carrying guns and everything. And all it took was 2 emaciated black guys. Emaciated. They were, as I recall, they were quite thin. They weren't muscular. They weren't big. And it was only 2 of them. And they came right up, and all the white guys were just like, let me get out of the way of these 2 black. And they were BLM members. Let me just let these guys walk right on up. Because they have business here. And so these were the great proprietarian warriors that were going to save America. They couldn't hold back 2 BLM members. And then when the guy got up there to the front, even though Piss Pants was guarded by people with firearms and who knows what else, knives and things, he immediately pissed his pants, sat down on the ground, and then began praising their genitals, even though he couldn't actually see their genitals. So this is a joke. This guy is a joke. Do not let him come back and wreak havoc again in the white sympathetic sphere. Especially, I defeated him, showed what an idiot he was, and in debate, and I will defeat everybody. Period. And then he goes out there, just like I said, that this guy was a chump, he was a joke, and sat down on the ground, pissed himself. Should be the end of it. We also have a $1 financial gift from White Wellbeing Advocate over here on Odyssey. Thank you so very much. Much love to everybody over on Odyssey and D Live. And he writes with it, Kip, with a white heart emoji. God bless you. We're going to have to start getting more, I think, raucous because I'm getting a little impatient. The temperature is doing it to me. It's the sultry nature of it. Down home in the South, and I don't have my window unit, air conditioning unit on, and the AC unit for the house doesn't do enough for the temperature here, and so I have the window open and the fan on. But what's that going to do with? Actually, it might start to feel pretty good. Who knows what could happen then? But we have Sonachus, who has come in with a $10 financial gift. Great to see you. $10 financial gift. And he writes here, the battlefield our foe has set for us is cultural, linguistic, and economic. You have done a lot to influence the dissident right, and you truly do, at the very least, deserve recognition. I think people just don't understand your cultural background and history for why you present yourself this way. Well, yeah, I agree, and thank you for that. Thank you very much. That's I really appreciate that. It takes a good person to honor a good person. So thank you so very much, and thank you for that $10 financial gift. The bottom line is that it's been around long enough, though, and I'm tired of giving people excuses. But we've been having successes for a very long time. So if a person sees endless successes and they say, "No, I'm not interested in that. I'm just interested in," if it's like a gamer and he just wants to blame everything on all women, then he's not going to want to hear all that we have to say here. He's going to want to go someplace else. If he's an incel and he just wants to blame all women, then this is not going to make sense to him. This doesn't look. We don't have. I mean, we do got a flag now, right? But we don't have a flag. There isn't a political vehicle because politics is not going to recapture our destiny. Violence is not going to recapture our destiny. So Piss Pants over here. Remember Piss Pants and his red helmeted little penis helper? Those guys did nothing but talk about violence. And all it took was two emaciated black guys. They were probably even nice black guys, not even mean. And that's all it took was to fell these two. I mean, all they did was talk about violence all day. Got people sent to jail. Who knows how many? We only know about the ones that were reported on, that they ended up getting sent to jail. Both of those guys should never be allowed to talk in our sphere again. Who's the name of the guy who hid behind the red helmet? How many people ended up going to jail because of his activity? They should never be allowed to talk again. Meanwhile, so you have a bunch of people show up, good-hearted, good-natured, but they hear a baffle gabber, and he's saying that you can't think for yourself. He'll do it for you. Whereas I say, we can teach you how to be awesome. We can teach you to kick ass in your own life and take names easily. They show up. This guy says, you can't understand. He's going to write a changes to the Constitution because the words that were there before, for some reason, they didn't stand up and defend themselves. But when Piss Pants writes them, they're going to jump right up off the page and start kicking some ass. And Piss Pants is going to need him to do that because he doesn't have a brave bone in his body. Certainly not even a strong sphincter on his bladder. So somehow that was going to work. And all these guys, all these people signed on to that. They all signed on to it because they're used to the old losing ways. And they just need to get out of that. Some of them are just not going to be able to be, maybe many of them are not going to be able to be reached because they're midget wits and they run around with Doolittle and his midget stick and worshiping the genitalia of other races. I got to tell you that speak for yourself, Piss Pants. We're going to talk about the isolationists, but I'll speak to anything you all have a question about. You're all probably wondering how Piss Pants produced children. By having another man do the job. Or by having an actual man do the job, probably. More often, Cravens are isolationists, luring others into a bunker mindset, cutting them off from the world, focusing their problem-solving thoughts, time, energy, and efforts on hunkering down for protracted societal collapse and personal siege, appealing to the basest of people's instincts, fear and panic, undermining their ability to spread going free and therefore recapture our destiny. It's really important before I go on, page 87, second edition of Going Free, iteration 2 is what we're looking at right now. What's important about this is that right now with the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, you're going to see these people coming out of the woodwork. And I've seen them. And other people have written me and said they've seen them. They're showing up in there saying, the really deranged ones are saying, this is they'll call it the New World Order, and it's all just theater. It's not even, these are all crisis actors. Who knows what, they're not even having war over there, they'll tell you. And they're getting ready to bring in some grand, wonderful economic change. What do they call it? These idiots, they'll just repeat whatever their victimizers tell them to repeat, won't they? And so what do they say you got to do? Well, whatever you do, don't go out there into the world and try to better yourself and try to change the world for your family as though your family is going to be able to live in a vacuum. You'll be in the future, if you don't do anything, you'll be living in a vacuum cleaner because that's all you'll be able to own. Your white ass will have nowhere else to go. So they'll say, oh, you don't go out there, don't try to make a change in the world. Instead, buy another freezer, get off the grid, learn how to perform surgeries, learn how to can food, learn how to grow food, learn how to, learn all of these different things. Learn how to fish, learn how to hunt, learn how to clean a kill, learn how to, and by the time you get done with all that shit, Western civilization will be gone. And you'll have nothing left to fight for. These people, the best natured ones are just low IQ'd. They're probably suffering some sort of neurological issue, and they can't pull themselves away from their emotions long enough to look at reason. And they'll lead themselves to perdition. And if you allow it, they'll lead you to perdition. So do not allow this. They're coming out of the woodwork. They'll say things like, well, the conflict is real between Russia and Ukraine, but the New World Order, they're going to use this as an opportunity to collapse the economy. And so therefore, it's always be a craven, isolate yourself, don't be part of a group. And it works for so many. For one thing, the idea of isolation is it's not just the evil stepbrother, it's like the conjoined twin of radical individualism. They're the same thing. They're the same chimeric monster, this radical individualism and this isolationism. You're just going to go out there by yourself and as though you're going to succeed as an individual in a world of collectives. That, of course, is suicide and has been failing our people forever. These people, they're banned from my channel. They're not allowed to talk. And all channels of anybody who's white sympathetic, who care about our people, these people should be banned there as well for their own good. Shut them up. Allow them to come back under another content speaking sense. You know, in the old like movies, they would show somebody getting hysterical, most often a female, and she would have the sense slapped back into her. Happened for men too, soldiers. I mean, there was the story about Patton who came across a guy in a surgical tent, asked him what was wrong with him, laying there in bed, and the guy didn't have anything wrong with him. So Patton yanked him up out of the bed and may have beat him a little bit with his ivory-handled revolver for cowardice. That's how men behave in a time of war. So don't allow these people to scare you. The other reason why these people are able to gain such traction, especially in certain circles, is because of the dominance, the gynocentrism, this focus on females, and therefore female dominance. And females, again, as I've been saying, easily confuse feelings with thinking, and they get frightened by these claims that end of the world, and it doesn't matter. You could have end of the world every week be different and proven wrong every week, and women would still fall for it. Dawn through dusk and all through the night, all year long, every year. So if you're a lady and you're feeling it, you got to realize you want to be a woman of the West, shut it down inside yourself. Stop listening to such people. You're a content creator, you see that happening in your midst, shut it down. These people are steering you down dead-end alleys, and we don't have time to continue doing this. Isolationist. It should be noted that our individual well-being depends on our people's well-being. Bunker cravens rely on others, such as ourselves, to defeat the anti-whites and rebuild society. If we failed, the bunkers built by such cravens would, as one brilliant member of our community remarked, be no more than elaborate mausoleums. Cravens and craven mentality must be swiftly resisted. Publicly identify these thoughts and individuals for what they are: cowardly, suicidal, indifferent to the suffering of others. Prepping for natural or even man-made short-term stoppages or shortfalls in the normal functioning of society should not be confused with the craven mentality. Such prepping steps are advisable in light of hostile anti-white sentiment and equality, equity replacing competence in all spheres of society. Isolationists, ladies and gentlemen, watch out for these folks, because, as I said, if I and Brant Danger and Fernall, if we don't knock on the outside of that little bunker you built and said, okay, we won, come on out, there's nothing going to be to come out to. So men, guys out there, be a man. If your wife is like, we need to do this, you just say, shut up. No, we don't. You need to get to all your friends at church. You need to get to your friends at the club. You need to get to your friends at the PTA. You need to get to your friends, etc., with going free. Because there's not going to be a society to live in if we don't save people from anti-whiteism. I'll see what you all are saying on that, and then we'll take on the MP. We all came out of Africa. So, victimize white people. How do you handle that? Let's see. It looks like on entropy, we are blank, so we're not missing anything. Good to see. And let me turn around here and do a refresh. You know, you can let some folks know, if you haven't, that we're streaming, that actually something that is valuable is happening here. We'll see if only the smart folks will show. This is the best IQ test in town, fastest. The folks who study IQ, they'll be on the phone with me soon enough. They're going to say, holy shit, we've been trying for over 100 years to figure out the quickest, easiest way to determine IQ, and you did it, Jason. Thank you. We have Kaber, the great Kaber. Get out your raucous emojis for Kaber. Financially gifting $25 US. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're changing the world. $25, and he writes, good work, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We're going to keep burning them down, taking names, kicking ass and taking names. Austin says, very well put, Jason. Thank you so much. Foster says, hello, Jason. Hope you're doing well. Great show tonight, as usual, going free. Well, thank you for writing that. I appreciate it. For no, says John, but what's his real name? He gets to hide behind that. Kurt Doolittle is that his? I understood that was his real name. Maybe it's not. But John Mark got to hide behind this nom de guerre while all these guys went to jail who were listening to this bullshit about his fast talking, we can't lose, the right wing has all the guns. What an idiot. All right. Let me jump to the top of this really quickly, see what you all are saying over here on YouTube. Brad C is with us. Great to see you, brother. Champion. Thylacine, hello to you. Just notice the flag. Come on. No way. I guarantee you there is a percentage chance, I won't say what it is, of some degree that this flag will fly over peace in Ukraine. We'll see. You never know. Jilly says to Nick, have the decency as a Westman and credit no white guilt. Yeah. Interesting how he said Patriots Day. That's what I'm calling it. Paused and then changed it to Patriot Day. Because I think if you drop the S, that's not like plagiarism. If you turn that in at university and you're like, I got rid of the S. Oh, it's not plagiarism. Well done. Western Man says he donated $3. Yeah, I think we got it, right? Yeah. Shiny Flakes, I guess, asking me if I work out. I can tell a funny story about that. And remember, tag me, folks. You have to put the little @ symbol, no white guilt, so it turns orange. Otherwise, I'm just missing it. Melody Dawn says, preach Jason. Now, there you have what is clearly a woman of the West, right? Imagine how much a woman of the West Carlisle must be to listen to this all day long, right? That's a woman, because you know, a real woman wants the raw truth from an actual man of the West. She doesn't want all these little males diddling around, pissing their pantses. Pantses. That's great. Preach, Jason. All right, what do we have here? Trying to see if anybody's writing to me without tagging me. Austin says, get a good air filter. Will that, for what? For what? How will that help me? The workout story. So I was at the gym, and I don't go to, I know a lot of people think I go to the gym a lot. The reality is that I just have spectacular genetics, physically, over 45% muscle. Take a look online what the average is for males for percentage of muscle. Go all the way down to 18 and see what it is. But then I also am able to, with my intelligence, figure out what's the best way to work out, the best way to eat, and therefore I'm able to maximize my time. So I only go to the gym once a week. How would you like to be able to do that? And I was at the gym, but back that's to be healthy. That's where I consider myself now, healthy, shredded like a superhuman is what I consider healthy. But back in the day when I was working out more regularly, I had a guy come up to me. This is a non-white guy. I can't remember exactly, but nice guy. But he had a very juvenile, I guess, understanding of working out, physical fitness, physics. Because he said, man, you look, if you don't mind me saying, you look amazing. He's like looking, and I said, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And he said, how long? Oh, he said, I really would like to look like that. How long did that take? Was it like 3 months? And I said, yeah, about that. Best of luck. Best of luck to you. No, I shared some info with him in the gym. Every now and again I saw him and I was just like, he's going to get hurt. So I would say, look, don't do that anymore. Do this instead. And he actually didn't last 3 months, as I recall. Donning Armor is here. Great to see you. Templar is here. Wonderful to see you. Very well put, Jason. Thank you, Austin. All right. Bell Curve says, Alex Jones loves to sell bunker kibble. Of course he does. That's where his fat ass is making all that money. For whatever good he's done, and that he's gotten people. By the way, talking about the gym, I was at the gym the other day. And boy, I could tell some gym stories. I was at the gym the other day, and I saw this guy, and I was just like, oh my gosh, that's like the weirdest looking guy I've seen in a long time. He's a white guy, weird looking, like goofy, just weird. And then I looked down at his shirt, and he had an InfoWars Alex Jones shirt on. I was like, oh my God, what a great billboard for the Jonesian way of life. Jones has a couple of real nice above ground bunkers called mansions. And working out real well for him. Lockie says, I have edition 2, iteration 1 of Going Free. What's the difference between iteration 1 and 2? Yeah, there are some big changes, brother. There's just more revealed. So you're just working with less of the story. But you're still on the right track. Vigil says, you're right, Jason. Positive focus and goals for white well-being work better than doom documenting and dropping out of society. Yeah, in fact, I've told the story here about there have been several old-timers that when I was quite young, several old-timers, although I'm still in my prime, and always will be, goddammit, that when I was younger, they were very old. And they had gone into, at a very young age, I mean, way back in the day. What's the group? Oh, gosh. Their name will have to come back to me. God, there's such a bunch of cucked, gynocentric, female-oriented, pacifistic losers. The group didn't start out that way, but... and these guys... all the way back then. So they got started in this bunker mindset, isolationist, build your bunker, build your radios, store up your food. And I told you all specifically, it's very poignant. The guy who was using in his senescence, using the toilet paper from this very cool bunker that he built because it was rotting away. And I made the comment many years ago that he was wiping his ass with his children's future because his family had gone anti-white while he was busy building a bunker instead of inoculating his children against anti-whitism. And he didn't have it, of course, but we have today the scenario where people can be doing that. He could have been out doing other things, though, instead of building a bunker. That would have been better for his family. Instead of treating himself and his wife for the mean pathogens, he put all his money and his time and his thoughts, and he knew far more than any of you are going to be able to learn about living out on your own and off the grid and all that. You think you know, forget about it. This was back in the day when they didn't have TV to burn the whole day up. The TV was lousy. They had 3 channels and it was lousy. So they read their asses off, and then they had the wisdom of people who didn't have TV at all. They know far more than you'll ever be able to learn. And they were waiting always for the downfall that was going to happen any minute. And it was doom documenting and predicting all the way up to the very end. Now their children are out in the world, anti-whites like the rest of the scum out there. Uh-oh, what happened? The screen leapt. Let me just roll back here. We have some trolls getting slain. Our troll slayers go through with I think today they're wielding giant scimitars. And it's just like the worst of all video games. Gore everywhere. Crypto says, do you sell those flags? I'd love one. I've actually, as you know, most know, this was all, a bit of fun. And, but now for more fun, I'm thinking about actually selling it. So maybe we'll see though. But the price will probably be high, since those who will want to buy it for the purpose of, wiping their feet on it or something else, what they normally talk out of, their assholes, they'll want to buy it, and I want it to hurt. Western Man writes here, which one of your books would go best in the public library exchange? Keep in mind, we want to make it mostly for the children of the neighborhood. Crucible. Absolutely Crucible. That's the best one. That will get people headed down. That will get young people, old people, middle-aged people, people who are ever in glorious, sublime shape like myself, even them. That'll get them all on the right track. Catherine's here. Great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Cowboy asking what I weigh. Should we do like the carnival? And everybody has to. What does Jason weigh? Perfect, my friend. Perfect. Promethean Epoch writes, please consider having Millennial Woes back on tap. He's been vindicated of those accusations against him, and he and Mark both buried the hatchet. Yeah, I'm aware of that, and I've spoken with Woes, and he knows what where my information came from, and therefore was predicated on. And so he knows that my information, he knows that source of my information, which was not a source that I could or would dispute, was flawed, but even he would have believed had he received the information from the same source. So now, since that information is revealed, that I've had a converse with him, and there'd be no problem with that, having him on. Thank you for asking, though. Hope he's doing well. Cowboy says, what, 6,000 to 8,000 calories a day? Were you powerlifting or were you bodybuilding? Bass Guitar says he's got his own gym equipment, says he works out at home. I'll have you all know this about bass guitarist. He actually, only one I've seen, can play the guitar while bench pressing. I'm just saying. That's how dedicated he is. Hyperborean Dream says goes twice a week. Cowboy says he looks like an org. Well, then when we have meetups, you'll hang out right with me so that when the anti-whites decide they want to roll up, we'll have a good little bit of fun. As we say down here in the South, as we say down home, a little bit of recreational duking. That's all it is. Euro Yankee says, my daughter also likes your show, and I teach her the lexicon regularly. I have a lot of friends watching now, too. That is really awesome. Thank you, and welcome to your daughter and all of your friends. They have found a good person in Euro Yankee. All right, let's see. I guess, I don't know, there was this big blank spot on my screen for the chat, so I don't know if I missed anybody. No, we're not going to. Nobody answer what the accusations were. They were against woes. They were just spurious allegations, and since they were never substantiated, they're not worth repeating. But I hope the woes is fine and will continue to do fine. And in the immortal words of Jesse Jackson, I hope the alligator's words will be, the alligator will be just fine. All right. We all come out of Africa. Who has heard that in their day when dealing with anti-whites? We all come from Africa, so it shouldn't matter, right? We're all just the same thing, right? That's what coming out of Africa, that's a meme pathogen. And for those who don't know what a meme pathogen is, you know what a meme is. So it's just an idea or concept that can be communicated from one person to the next, and they can change, like genes can change from one to the next. And pathogen and illness, these specifically are for us, although they also harm some non-white people as collateral damage. So peoples of all races are harmed by meme pathogens. And that's why people of all races, good people of all races, are coming together to put an end to anti-whitism. If you're black and you don't like the things that are going wrong in the world that harm everyone, and therefore you as well, then you need to understand that you need to put an end to anti-whitism. It might not seem like, at first, it might seem like it doesn't make sense. If you're Hispanic, same thing. You've got to put an end to anti-whitism. At first, it might seem like it doesn't make sense, but I promise you, you think about it and you'll realize, yes, the things you care about in this world, are being destroyed under the flag of anti-whitism. We've got to destroy it because white people. So it's the only way you're going to be able to put an end to it. That's why everybody is welcome here in service to white well-being. Everybody's welcome to take on anti-whitism and put an end to it. And for those, I think we got some folks here maybe that are new and they don't know. I played college football unintelligently because I could have played professional baseball, and I decided to go play college football instead because returning kickoffs for me was really fun, and I loved the camaraderie and the striving for glory on the football field. It was the closest thing to, I guess, to combat. And I was very talented. I'm one of the super fast white guys. And so I thought, well, I'll just go back to baseball. But there are so many good athletes that if you don't take your opportunity and run with it, then they're like, who are you? No, we don't need you. We all came out of Africa. Here is the MC. Well, what are people saying when they say we all came out of Africa? They're essentially saying we're all the same. That's what they're saying in that argument. The MC, the meme curative. So this is a rebuttal you can use and win every time. This is a very powerful rebuttal. So memorize this one. You will be able to use it in many different arguments because so many of the anti-white arguments are predicated on the idea that there are no differences among the peoples of man, that everybody's exactly the same. The MC is, it is not the similarities that make us the same, it is the differences that make us different. It is not the similarities that make us the same, it is the differences that make us different. Somebody says, we all came out of Africa. It's not the similarities that make us the same, it's the differences that make us different. You shut down their premises immediately. You don't need to know how all of the underpinning and the gears work. Do you know how it works in your car? No. Some of you do, but most of you don't. I add a little commentary here. This is on page 212. Mock the anti-white. All animals come from planet Earth. Therefore, there are no differences. As you can see, this MC is useful against many MPs. This is how we actually effect change in the recapture of our destiny. We don't design a flag. We don't design a so many 25-point program. We don't nominate somebody to be the treasurer. We don't decide where, what part of the country will be safer during the collapse. We don't decide how to fight, physically fight, and wage war against our countries. We don't decide to build the deepest dugout. We don't do any of that. All of that fails. All of that will harm us. You go out with yourself when you have the thoughts, and you know you will. Don't look at me that way. I'll take my belt off. You'll have the thought in your own head. You feel guilty. You shouldn't think that way. You shouldn't feel that way. Because we're all just the same. There are no differences. Then I want your subconscious mind to say in response, it's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. When you have that conversation with your son or with your cousin, your coworker, a stranger at the bus stop, and they're going to say, well, what does it matter? We're all the same. We all come from Africa. I want you to immediately be able to say, it's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. If you do that, you'll improve your life. You'll improve your family. You'll improve your community and the future for all of us, which will redound to your benefit. And with that, we'll be right back. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love, with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. That's beautiful, isn't it? Was that No White Guilt Clips? I think it was. That's magnificent. Let's see. Janice says here, I've heard it along wait, I've heard it along with, oh, you all came out of Africa with a quote, that makes black women the mother of all creation. Oh, well, on your knees, you dreadful white person. What a sick world we live in. All right. And who else do we have here? Good grief. Trying to get these things. So we have Janice, we have hello to Fearless Sunshine and welcome to the gathering. Best decision of your life. Promethean Promulgation is here as well. And I won't be doffing, which just means taking off my shirt, but I can assure you that I'm totally shredded. Western Man writes, if I order a crucible off you instead of Amazon, can you sign for the city you mail it to being a different address than usual? Your website didn't let me leave a note last time. So can you sign for the city you mail it to being different address? You can put whatever address, return address, I believe, or is it just the billing address? It's got to be the mailing address. Is that right? There should be a comment section because people will write into it. Please make this out to XYZ. So nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. And I don't know, take a closer look, maybe try on a different platform to see if you can see the place where you can leave a note, because maybe it's harder to see or even invisible on a particular platform. And yeah, I will absolutely sign it. If whoever unless somebody writes on there, don't sign it. I sign the books that are ordered through the collectible site. So I hope we can figure that out for you. First Last says he's not here. He's not here, but he can. He's like an atom that can be in two places at once. So it's amazing. Actually, he genuinely is an amazing musician, and we have so many amazing musicians. I'm so proud of them, and so honored to be surrounded by so many talented, normal people. I mean, we could, in all reality, like we could fill out an opera house and have everybody, it look like the best people in the community. We could fill out a rock center and have it look like the best, like folks that you can find at any rock concert. You look at some of these other communities, and come on, it would look like something out of the cantina scene in Star Wars. All their mothers on like all kinds of drugs while they were busy creating them. No, there won't be any problem with that. No, ma'am. Go ahead and take it. Yes, you go ahead and take all. Won't cause any problem. That you'll be able to see. Yeah. Until you discover that the kid's eyes are like, whatever it is. Whatever it is. All right, what else do we have here? Yonash is with us. Great to see you, brother. Yonash is close to the action. We might be able to get on the ground reporting of the sounds of combat. Electron, okay. Yes, First Last. Okay, well, why don't we roll on I didn't see anybody else's comments, and let's make sure here. Oh, Donning Armor. I knew there were more. Says, we all come from apes as well, he writes. Should we erase humanity? Such a childish argument that we all come from Africa. And you know what's really, and thank you, brother. You know what's really silly is you see it time and again, the brightest, the most educated in the white sympathetic sphere, all the way down to the mouth breathers, they'll hear something like we all came from Africa. And then instead of having a genius response like I just shared with you, and I promise, go out into the world and try it out, and you'll see. Instead of that, they'll want to have like these big debates about, oh, well, I saw some XYZ book that now says that this came from there or that came from here. And I'm telling you, folks, I was under that same pressure as well. And I thought, does that work? And I tried it, and I saw that people looked at me like, oh, you're crazy. You're one of the crazy ones. And I thought, oh, that doesn't work. I'm not going to do that anymore. So how are these people still their whole lives? They're still using those tactics. Nuts. Well, there's new evidence now. And oh, really? Well, then it would be in the news. And it doesn't matter whether that's a true statement or it would actually be in the news, right? All that matters is that person or people in front of you, and whether or not you're going to bring them over to talking in a way that puts them in a story that benefits our people to benefit you. Bass guitars. Had you played pro baseball, we would likely not have White Wellbeing and Go Free. Not entirely. This has been my life's mission since I was 11 years old. Certainly 12. I was dedicated my life. It would have been delayed, though, which who knows if that would have been in time as a consequence. But thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Yes, they would have been using up all of my gravitas on the baseball field in all of their advertisements, even though I'm a white guy. Let's see. Itch Mitch says, I'm going to have to get off. It's almost 2 a.m. here. The night's just getting started then. I'll catch you up the rest tomorrow. Great stream, Jason. Mate, keep strong, brother. Well, that's impossible for me to not do. So I appreciate it, Don. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Dream about the Western sunrise. First Last says, I have a great response to there is only one race, the human race. The response is simply to say in a loud voice, the dog breed. Yeah, exactly. Now you can use the exact same. It's not the similarities, but it's the differences that make us different. And they're stymied every time. I've used it so many times. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch anti-whites grope for what to say, like we so often grope for what to say. Lockie says, I remember years ago some article mentioning the earliest human skeleton remains were found in Southern Europe. You can imagine no one mentioned it. Yeah, precisely. And if you even had it with you, well, no. If you even had the scientists who dug it up with you, people still wouldn't believe you. They wouldn't care because the TV's not telling them, right? Art Acrobats is here. I have an internet friend that lives in Ukraine, and he says no whites want war, that no white people want the war. I believe that no white people want the war. I hope and pray that it will end. But what we should be doing is, and I've been saying and I'll continue saying as long as this is going on, we need to be getting into conversations with the 5 key concepts. Does anybody remember what they are? They could write them into the live chat about Ukraine and Russia. And you use just that opportunity of that subject matter to deliver. So the story is essentially a matrix. The news is a matrix that contains the remedy, going free. You seed it with the 5 key concepts. You talk about those things. You talk about the anti-white narrative in this country, what they're going to say about So you could talk about the war reportage. You could talk about how it's anti-white for white men to be fighting each other and for people to be goading it on, like the media here. You could talk about all of these things. You could talk about Western kind. We're a single people. We shouldn't be fighting each other. This is awful that war's taking place. They can hate Putin. They can hate the other guy. Who cares? Just make sure they get the 5 key concepts in the conversation. I mean, don't be one of these people that get tied to something you have no control over, no power over, and then get into an argument with someone that, no, Putin doesn't think that. You all have seen this. You've probably done it. You see 2 people, it's like one, maybe you're at the lodge or whatever. One guy works for the telephone company, and, the other guy works at the water treatment plant, and they're arguing over what Putin thinks. Good for you. Western Man says, I placed the order and having it mailed to my friend's house. The friend whose property the library is on, sign for the city name I'm having it sent to. Okay, so I see what you're saying. The address that the book is going to is who I should sign. So the city's name is who I should sign it to. Got you. I'll take a look for it. Sabata is with us. Great to see you. Jason has the most genius takes next to Jared Taylor. No, I make him look like he's walking backward, but I appreciate it, brother. Jared's a good friend of mine. I really like him. He does have really bright takes, and we disagree really fundamental things, but agree on many other things as well. But he has never had me to speak at one of his conferences, and he is very old now. He's very old. And so I don't see it happening anytime soon. So can you imagine what has prevented me? He's had Nick Fuentes speak. He's had a lot of folks speak. Comedians. But I like him a lot. As he's gotten older, he's relied more on helpers. And some of those helpers are very jealous. Very jealous. I'm threatening to them. Let's just say it like it is. I mean, if that hurts their feelings, then I don't care. I'm getting too old and irritated for that. Okay, Western Man meant that the email. Okay, it just left the chat. All right, well, we're gonna keep moving, and let me make sure that Cash App is blank and we didn't miss anybody, because I hate doing that. Let me sit back here. How do y'all like my tulips and my flowers? They're not bad, huh? So there are yellow ones and there are reddish yellow ones. I thought they went good together. Thylacine is asking, what do Jared Taylor and I disagree on? Is that what you're asking about, me and Jared Taylor? We have disagreed on the verbiage, and this is probably the main reason why. I mean, if you want to theorize that there was a little threat of or feeling of being threatened by my intense prowess, then maybe, I don't know. But at this point, many years I would have not said, but I mean, come on. This has gone on for many years. He does not think that using verbiage to put us into our story is will be acceptable, and he's right, it won't be acceptable, to anti-white academics. And if you're not acceptable to anti-white academics, then you are not being an academic. And that is being intellectual, being accepted by those circles is the most important thing, because if you get accepted by them, then that makes your ideas legitimate. And I said, well, you'll never be accepted by them. And you're just using terms that undermine you, the very premises of which undermine you. There's no way around it. If you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology, and you accept all of their premises. So that's probably the biggest difference. Another big difference is the caliber of round that we both like to use. And Jared is set in his ways. Pika says, good night. A good night to you. All right, what do we see? What do we have here? Some announcements. I want you all to know that the great Fornull, we just did on tap a big celebration to Fornull. He's here right now, and he'll share the links with you. His new album, A Promethean Space Saga, that he has just recently released. And it is epic. And we've been playing some of the songs. We'll play another one, I think. We've been playing some of the songs. I love them. This is a great service. It's to White Wellbeing. It's very creative. And I just discovered that a little booklet comes with it. So when you purchase the album, it's a story. It's not just a bunch of random songs. So there's a story there. And he based it off. He used as inspiration my book, Prometheus Rising. He made his own story and then wrote the music to it. And there's a little booklet that comes with it that's awesome looking. And so I wanted to strongly encourage folks to check it out. So please do. That's the great Fornull. And we have so many multi-talented people here. The best come here. It's the AP class. I also want to mention, let's see, who was it? Maybe he's here right now. One of our geniuses was developing software so that it could look at, I'm trying to recall exactly. Was the software able to look at the videos, all of my shows, and then find anything I said anywhere in all of those shows? Who was developing that? And did you finally finish it? I know you sent me an example. I haven't had an opportunity to try to track down your example that you sent me. But if anybody remembers who that was, ask around. Let's try to remember. Because let me tell you, I thought about that software about 100 times while I was looking for the evidence of how I put together Patriots Day, the day the Patriot lost his innocence, which of course now is understood by many thousands that Nick created it on March 3rd of 2022. That's what he's calling it. I also want to mention again today that at this point in the gathering, Patreon has censored me from their platform because I'm not anti-white, because I care about the victimization of white people. That is literally where I pinned the person I was communicating with. I want to make a short video about that. The point about bringing it up is that if there were, quite a few folks who were financially gifting over on Patreon, it's gone. And if you were one of those people, you're going to have to, and if you want to continue doing that, you're going to have to choose one of the other options that we have available for that. And you will find those options on the links page. So nowhiteguilt.org/links. It might also be, the other options might also be in the description below. But this is Patreon, and this is the anti-whiteism that I'm regularly under attack by the anti-whites, and excuse me, as well as having my work thieved, and the headwind that I also face in the white sympathetic sphere. So maybe you start showing up to people's houses. Be like, let's have a conversation, video camera rolling. That's how they would do it in the old days. Let's have a conversation. Want to mention as well that Franklin's saying no white guilt. What's that about? I don't see. Well, if I missed something, reach out to me again. Want to mention the great folks, primarily Tony Vermont, the champion, has produced, it's now available. He sent this to me. I found it in the mailbag. It is epic, as always. White People's Quarterly has come out, and your name might be in it because and he credits me and Jilly with getting these names together, but Final Blossom also, of course, because he supplied a gigantic list of names. So Final Blossom as well. Your name might be in here. I'm looking at the page right now. Maybe I'll tilt it kind of towards you. Don't you want to know if you're getting credit for your service to White Wellbeing? This is just a little something I wanted to do. And Tony Vermont has been interested in helping out because he's a great champion of White Wellbeing. So your name might be in here. And I'm looking, let me see here. Oh, yeah. There are people who are in the chat right now who are in this specific edition of White People's Quarterly. Your name's in. Don't you want to own that? Your name might, and there are definitely people who are in the live chat who whose names are in here. Several. So your name might be in here. Now, if you want to get this, it's full of magnificent stories. Tony does this is a really professional job from start to finish and everything he does. And we want to keep these people doing the white thing and staying white positive. And so please do reach out, whitepeoplepress.com, whitepeoplepress.com. And there you can buy this. You can acquire White People's Quarterly. I don't make any money off of any of this. I want good people who are doing good things to be able to benefit from their efforts. And this is something that you're going to want to have out. You could have it on the end table, the coffee table. You can read it at your leisure. You could have it out just for when you have guests over and they wonder, well, what is this? This is a professional looking magazine, and you'll see got advertisements in here. So you'll find businesses that you can then work with. So please do avail yourself of this wonderful work by Tony Vermont and all the unnamed champions. And maybe there might be some more named folks in there. But wonderful folks are there. Big round of applause for all of those people. And we have here also, they're making available the calendar that they've titled The Golden Age of Western Illustration 2022 calendar he sent along. And my goodness, beautiful. January, we've already gone by, but these are the kind of things that you can, once the month is gone and the usage is gone, you can take the image out and you could frame that. That would be, in and of itself, that would be wonderful. Beautiful, all the way to the back. Look at this. The golden age of Western illustration. You need a calendar to put on the. How about your kids' bedroom? They need a calendar. Why not put something up on the wall that is going to make them feel proud about themselves, that will have a meaning for them? Value to our people. I'm not going to go through and show you all of the beautiful illustrations, but this imagery here is the kind of thing that can inspire, if not for yourself, a friend, certainly children, nieces or nephews, grandchildren. These things, the white people's quarterly, the other offerings they have over there, they can all be given as gifts. We need to build our own economy. We need to make it happen. It's not enough to talk about what we need to do or what could happen in the future or what would be good. I've been listening to that. Carlisle, move back. All these people I've been listening to for decades, 3 decades almost, listening to people talk about very educated, very erudite and sophisticated people telling us about how, well, what we need is this, and then what we need is that. And then they will delightfully tell you a demonstration of all that they've memorized, of about how it's been done here or been done there or been done over here. And people say, yes. And they crowd around them. And I say, but can we do it? Let's start doing it. No, please ignore that guy. Please ignore that guy. Don't listen to what he's got going on. Besides, he's got too many muscles. He's got too many muscles to outthink us. You know, one of the things, actually, I will mention, let's make this personal, folks. Let's get into this. Looks like entropy is blank, so I didn't miss anybody. Nobody have hard feelings. I didn't miss anybody, did I? Right? I've got everybody's financial gifts. Looks good. I mean, let's get real. Isn't it odd that, or should I say it like this? So many of these leaders in the white sympathetic sphere who people immediately like pledge their allegiance to, many of them are questionably white, to say the least. I mean, when have we had, I mean, was it, I'm trying to think back. Silver Legion, that guy, was he? Well, I guess you had Pierce. I mean, generally speaking, you see these people that are, you know, and that are questionably white, and you wonder then, and it's obvious that it's the case. You look at the entertainment, and for so long, certainly all of our lives, the entire time we've been alive, and if there's going to be a white guy that's a good guy, except for like 2 movies, and Princess Bride was one of them. The good white guys are dark featured, and then you notice that the guys that easily amass a following in the white sympathetic sphere are similar. And it's just something I noticed. So I wonder how much of the folks, not only is it a different vehicle and something completely novel, something completely avant-garde, but I wonder how much of the fact that I look like the villain in the movies is a factor in people's minds when they decide who's going to be the champion that's going to take the white race all the way to the finish line. It's got to play a role. Sonichu is back with $5. Thank you so much, my dear brother. You can't beat ideological subversion with facts and logic. Correct. Yuri covered this years ago. Identity, morality, and values get your average person's interest because they live in the present, not in a cultural algorithm. You should invite Jared on the after party. Jared Taylor? Haven't we had him on? We've had him on. I know we've had him several times on PWR, and I think we've had him on the after party as well. I mean, I've sat, when I say that I'm friends with Jared Taylor, I mean that we have sat alone in his house talking about, late into the night, talking about the world and everything going on. So it's not like I am friends with him in that I've met him at a conference or two, or 3 or 10. So we've had these snippets of conversation. So there are real fundamental difference. Another fundamental difference is that he does not believe that anti-whites are driven by malice. He thinks they're good people that just have some foolish ideas. And so that's an enormous difference between he and myself. But he's obviously done a lot of great things, and I like him a lot. Lovely Porridge writes here, I thought AF was meant to be a pro-Trump movement that's accessible to American conservatives. Nick clearly mimics all of Trump's mannerisms and speaking style. But they also say a lot of things that would turn off any decent person. So it seems like AF is just a movement for people who really, really like Nick and find him funny and entertaining. If you can get past the irony, mocking, sarcasm, trolling, and bravado, you find there isn't much else there. I'm not even sure what would be expected of me if I became a groyper. Having a huge audience is only something to be admired if you are making a huge difference. Very well written by the brilliant, lovely Porridge. He goes on here. As you pointed out, Jason, Putin is one of the most powerful men in the world and will not even mention the worst attack on our people, his people, in history. Has he fallen victim to white guilt and sees our well-being as immoral? Or does he see it as inconsequential and only cares for power? The world oligarchs fear a united Western kind far more than they do an invasion of Ukraine and Putin's threats of nuclear missiles. Even if Russia were to become the most powerful nation on earth, it has no future if it refuses to address anti-whiteism. If Putin ignores or can't understand this, then he'll be thrown into the ashes of history with the rest. Magnificently written. Porridge is such a brilliant guy, isn't he? What a champion. First Lady of the American Theater is with us. Hello, lady. Let's see. Buddy Duddyful and West Bra and the Spaniard and Azimuth Clark. And then I guess maybe take some run. We've run long, but that's all right. We're having fun. We'll see who might be on the caller list. But let's see. West Bra writes, Hail Jason, can you revisit the topic of man's highest calling being the acquisition of glory? I'm quite sure emasculation is a big part of anti-whiteism, and the vast majority of the information we receive is feminized and betaized. I want to combat this in my own life. Thank you. I should do a show dedicated to that, shouldn't I? It's such an important topic. And the drive for glory is totally alien to women. They don't understand it at all. And which is not to say that there might be some women out there that feel it, but their numbers are so small that they just don't get. They just don't get it. And unfortunately, so many men have been misled on the drive for glory. They, by poets, by historians, and etc., they've all made it out to be this thing that you only do when defeat is certain. And that is preposterous. It is criminal. I would not let those people, I mean, they poison minds. They poison minds. That you end up with a bunch of guys that say, well, when the day comes, I'll drive for glory. I'll ride out to the impossible victory and die. No, you won't. No, you won't. You haven't been driving for glory in your life. You're not going to do shit. You're going to hide behind your wife or girlfriend or mother, and she's going to tell you what to do because you're a loser. When it comes to glory, one of the first things is if a woman gets in the way, you just say, you're done. You're gone. Get out. Goodbye. That's what a woman needs to hear from a man. She's going to get in the way because it is the drive for glory in a man that secured civilization, Western civilization for us. And anything that gets in the way of that is has to be done away, has to be ignored, has to be abandoned, has to be cut loose. So the drive for glory, the victory in glory, death in driving for glory, whatever it is, you want to be victorious. But yeah, I should do I should do an actual show on that, like maybe a roll-in. I'll think about it. Thank you for the question. The Spaniard writes here, Ant Nats keep saying no more brothers' wars, but whenever there is a brothers' war, they are quick to take sides. Yes. Yes. I've noticed that. Thank you for writing that. I've noticed that forever. No more brothers' wars. And then as soon as one breaks out, I'm on this side. This guy's the real leader. They got to destroy the other side. I mean, really, I think without question, probably more than half of the most vocal of those kinds of folks are really anti-whites who are just undercover and driving us. And then the other half are absolute imbeciles, mouth-breathing imbeciles. So heed them not. Buddy Duddyful writes here, I forgot to mention in a previous comment that something positive and victorious happened for White Wellbeing. Now, this is actually in relation to what we saw earlier with Nick. He says, in relation to Nick Fuentes and his disappointing AFPAC speech, which, by the way, I had to end up watching his speech. I had so many people write me to tell me how awful it was. I thought they just all have to just be hating on Nick. It can't be that bad. It was. He says, Buddy Duddyful says, there was a victory when Nick encouraged all of his followers to name the... And by the way, he did say the thing about Hitler and the positive thing. And it was clearly something he immediately regretted saying in that environment. You know, on his show, I guess, and he gets all the laughs from saying the thing that the children in his audience know. That's not his whole audience isn't children, but the children in his audience know would really shock their parents. And when he says it, they're like, oh, yes, like a bunch of seals, but not nearly as entertaining or cute, and not nearly as skin as nice. And so he said that, though, in this public, well, I guess the other's public as well, but he said that at this conference. And he kind of looked to his side, and you could clearly see he was trying to figure his way out of it. And then he said, I probably shouldn't have said that. He laughed like just this at that point. And then he said, wasn't able to like even look at the audience when he said, oh, no, of course it's a bad thing. But that was an awkward point. It was really awkward. I felt awkward. But he goes on here. He says, there was a victory when Nick encouraged all of his followers to name January 6th as Patriot Day. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, Nick did not give proper credit to Jason for coming up with the idea of Patriots Day, the day the nation lost their innocence. On the bright side of things, Jason and the Go Free community, beyond a shadow of a doubt, memed those two words, Patriots Day, directly out of Fuentes' mouth. Yeah, we did. And that's a positive that we exercise that kind of power and intelligence. Imagine that. We don't have any money. We don't have the big millions. I mean, he's a millionaire, right? We don't have millions of dollars. We don't have, and yet with intelligence alone, I mean, when is like the Shark Tank going to come invest in us? When is Elon Musk, is he going to make his own Shark Tank? It's going to be like what was that, Megalodon? I'm pulling that out of my ass. Is that the name of like the biggest shark ever? And when he's going to make the Megalodon tank, and he's going to show up and he's going to be like, well, here is $500 million. Change the world. Could you imagine how much we could do? But we did make this happen. Again, the bad thing is that folks are going to be running around and they're going to be saying Patriot Day. Nick came up with Patriot Day and he's so brilliant. And therefore, what else do we need to adopt from him? Oh, yeah, we need to praise Mustache Man. Oh, yeah, we need, all these other, oh, yeah, we need to just say the most insulting thing and then say, just kidding. I didn't actually mean that. But seriously, though, things are bad for white people. I mean, that just kidding nationalism is not going to work for anybody over 14 unless they're visually in size 14 and emotionally in temperament 14. And those are far few in between. Azimuth Clark says here, I watched AFPAC and it was a complete crap show. I would hope that Going Free was never associated with what they are doing. I didn't hear anything about preserving Western kind or fighting anti-whiteism. Thank you very much for your input on that. Yeah, you're not going to see that. A big congratulations to Nick for the successes that he's been able to have, and a big thank you for the good that he does that is for our people, the country that one of the countries at least that we created in the United States, when those things comport with my morality. And so big congratulations, big thank you to him on those grounds. It was very shameful to, everybody knows we've been saying Patriots Day for the entire, since I came up with it before the end of January 21. And everybody knows where it came from. And so to act like this was an original creation and to think that he was a bright guy. There's no way he thought to himself, I didn't read that or see that or hear that anywhere. I'm just making that up right on the spur. Give me a break. So he knows it came from somewhere. So to claim ownership, I mean, at minimum, he should have said, some people are saying Patriots Day. I think that's a great name for it. And that's what we should call it. If he had no idea where it came from, which I think is unlikely, but if he did, I want to give him benefit of the doubt. And so at minimum, he should have said, this is, some people are saying this, it's a great title and we should use that. No way that it just came to him, and we should start using it on March 3rd, 2022, rather than by middle of January 21. Okay, looks like we're blank here, and we'll see what you all have to say. I got to go eat. I'm hungry. Let's see. Mr. V, are you, I know you normally have your call. Okay, gotcha. So I'm actually starving, and so I might just jump off and we'll do calls next week. I'm still recovering from having been liquidated with norovirus, being unable to eat. At 9% body fat, you definitely do not like days where you can't eat and you are unable to consume any liquid. Okay, let's see what people are saying over here. Okay, we have some folks over on Cash App. If you all have any comments or questions, or hit me up and we'll make it happen. I'll speak to them. I'm looking at you. Where's the young lady? Is she still with us? Young lady, speak up. Cowboy said right here. That's good. Nice. Well done. She better be scrambling to get on her phone. Make me some food, young lady. Where are you? First lady says she's here. Where is, I thank you. But I thank you. But I have Carlisle to make my food. And she makes, you all don't know, but she makes some magnificent meals. She better speak up. Young lady, there's a vigil just sent a sandwich. Thank you. I don't have anything. You know what I'll be eating for dinner? My diet is so varied, let me tell you. It is, once we wrap up here, I will go downstairs and I will have a couple slices of ham. And then I will have probably a banana. And I will probably have a plant-based protein shake. And I will have a very tall glass of water. Ooh, I could have some bacon. Ooh, bacon and eggs sounds good. Bacon and eggs sound really good. Red meats. Western man, she is. I was unprepared. I was pretty sure that she was some sort of chef for a living. And because even the presentation and everything was really surprising. But I will be eating a very basic meal coming up here. Oh, there she is, finally. I say, young lady, you don't show up. What are you doing? Are you taking the fat dog out or something? Is that what you're doing? We have over here the great sloths. She's probably writing up some sort of a letter to the editor about groundhogs disappearing in the northeast part of the country. She says she was here. Bacon and eggs and sausage. Ooh, yes. That sounds good. I think I might have to have bacon and eggs now. No, we're dating. Western man, yes. Oh, she's putting clothes in the dryer. So she has an excuse. I guess I'll let you off the coat hanger. Can't have many carbs, though. But bacon and eggs is sounding really good. You know what I did? I just 2 days ago, I should pull the picture up. I cracked the egg, had 2 yolks. How often does that happen for you? It happens for me kind of often. More often than I think it should. And yes, I had my normal number of eggs, but it was twice as good. The great Sloth's a great champion who is participating at all hours of the day and night. True champion in service to White Wellbeing. He financially gifts here with $1 and writes. I bet Jared would have Yiz speak. He would. But you know what? That's a great idea. That's a really great idea. If I introduced her, and then there would be the halo effect that he would probably think, oh, she's going to speak using verbiage that anti-white academia would not approve of. And so therefore, but if she and him got to talking without knowing the connection to me, he might end up having her speak, and then she could get there. You're right, Sloths. Sloths is a smart guy. We got a lot of smart people. You're right about that. He might end up having her speak, and then she would just, I'm going to tell you what, there'd be nothing like it that ever hit American Renaissance. Nothing. That would be glorious, wouldn't it? Could you imagine? Yiz rolls up there. He's expecting her to give some, he's like, oh, we gotta, isn't it wonderful? We finally have a woman show up. She shows up, and then he gets blown away with her power and love for Western kind. That's a great idea. Who knows? Maybe we'll try to set it up somehow. Regrettably, there are in the white sympathetic sphere others out there who are, they're just, we don't have time. I gotta eat soon. I mean, my stomach's eating half my pancreas already. We got a lot of good cooks in the white sympathetic sphere. Austin said, heard Carlisle speak on another show back in the day. We have, oh, great. Now I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. Art Acrobats. Financially gifting $4.14. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. That's the great Art Acrobats. And he writes here, in honor of the white Waukesha victims. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. We should always remember that anti-white terrorist attack and those poor people that suffered as a consequence. Let's get a round of raucous emojis going. She hit the $20 mark, ladies and gentlemen, and that is First Lady of the American Theater. $20 financial gift. Thank you so much. And she writes, been a while. Thank you for the passionate stream. Well, God bless you, and thank you for that. It's great having you show up. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen you. I really appreciate it, and thank you so very much for the financial gift and those kind words. Yes, please applaud First Lady of the American Theater. And I will turn around and make sure we didn't miss anybody over there before I get off to my Spartan meal. Yes, naked ham. No, naked, we're just going to have the bacon. So that normally is, why would you put anything on bacon? Some serious, it is, I think in most medical journals, that's one of the first signs of psychosis, is you do something to your bacon when it is glorious on its own. Let's see, Believe 2 is over there on D Live, and Jack McDaniels says, John Mark was the red helmeted guy. Mm-hmm. And it's also said that out of Africa has been debunked. Well, don't use that in conversation, though. Use what we gave you in conversation. Because in conversation, they're going to say, who the hell are you, Jack McDaniels? They tell me on the TV that we're out of Africa. So you're a kook. So don't get into that spot. Be the moral champion instead and use what we provided you. And then come back and let us know how awesome it works. Who else was over there? Ellie? Is that what it is? Says, I was going to say, make a sandwich myself. Oh, you're getting hungry. Jack McDaniels saying that it's funny how Nick was never charged when he was standing on the Capitol steps actually calling for insurrection. I don't know anything about it, so you're telling me. I don't know where he was standing or what he called for. I do know that after January 6th, Patriots Day, he definitely was not calling it Patriots Day or Patriot Day. He was using the anti-whites verbiage. And that's up to him. But let me take a quick look here. And I think we are going to skip the calls tonight because I'm starving. So we will have the calls next week. And our great hero here I think Slots just might have said something about a call. I missed it. But we'll take your call next week, brother, because I'm actually quite hungry. Let me take a quick look and see if I didn't miss anybody here. We had a wonderful time, as always. Westerman says, get food in your stomach. Art Acrobat says, I lost all of my Facebook accounts this week for being honest, for being an honest white advocate. Wow. My God. What do you think that you said was, you could drop it really quickly in the live chat, that it was so objectionable to them? The anti-whites. All right. Austin says, very few people like Jason exist anymore. A truer statement has never been spoken. Thank you, brother. He's actually talking about like how I lose my temper or something. There are a few people that lose their temper as easily when the temperature goes up as Jason. Promethean Epoch says he cheats on the weekends having pasta. Oh boy. Carbs. They're not the worst thing, but very small amounts. Very small amounts. And you'll be fine. You'll be good and healthy. Patrick of Southtown is with us. Great to see you, brother. Demography Now. Hello to you. Rune is also with us. Dissident Agnostic says, do you have a Glent Pay to receive donations in gold? I don't. No. I've made so many accounts. It's actually not impossible, but I don't have one that is with an address I can tell you. Now let me ask you, is it gold as in tangible gold, or is it gold as in paper gold that you don't actually get to hold? Oh, Art Acrobats lost his Facebook accounts because he said that the conflict in Ukraine was anti-Whiteism. Well, that's the kind of thing right now. And this is why at the very beginning, I said the thing I said about Putin, the ear is against the door. The fat chin and belly of Facebook staffers is on the keyboard. And the anti-white oligarchs in the West they want this war to drag on. They want, at least we believe they do. We'll wait for CNN to confirm. But they definitely have in their anti-white narrative, a good guy and a bad guy. And the good guy for them is Ukraine, is actually that the president of theirs, Zelensky, and the bad guy is Putin. Therefore, on their platforms, you are going to have to give deference to that. If you say the conflict, for example, is on your Facebook page without, and I'm just guessing, I didn't see your actual comments, but if you just say unequivocally it's anti-whiteism, then and therefore the implication is that that's the cause of it, then I could easily see them coming in and getting rid of it. They want people saying that Putin has no excuse, no reason. So watch how I do this. They're saying Putin has no reason to invade Ukraine, and he's being a monster, and he needs to be stopped. That is what they're looking for. That's where it comes right down to it. And so the looking part might not be a thinking part. The looking part, AI, might just be alerting people. So it will be very specific. But you definitely don't want to say right now on any of platforms in the West, and maybe this is, thank you for actually mentioning this. Good thing that you brought it up so I can speak to this, that you definitely do not want to say that the opposite of what the anti-white oligarchs want. So we don't need to say that one way or the other. We don't need to be taking sides here. We just discuss the story as a matrix to deliver the 5 key concepts or more from Going Free. But that really is awful. I'm sorry, and you put a lot of work into that, so I'm really sorry that ended up happening to you. Don't let it get you down, though. I mean, they're constantly kicking me, censoring me from one platform after the other, and I just say, okay, I'll just create another one. Have a nice day, you bastards. Okay, what else do we have here before we bid you all adieu? Gary says, eat something, your skin and bones. No, Gary, you've just revealed something very chunky about yourself. I'm 45%. I'm more than 45% muscle. I'm 9% fat. Let's see. Dissident says it's a physically allocated gold vaulted in Switzerland, so you can never get it. And I'll have to take a look at it. I'll have to take a look at that. If you can't get the gold when you want it, that's sketchy to me, because they could sell any number of claim checks. Promethean promulgation. How do you get off of carbs? I tried for months and I can't function with under 800 calories of carbs a day. Well, there's the point where your body and the thing about the not being able to get off it is begins consuming fat that you have, but also will consume muscle, because human animal is terrible at doing that. But you have to provide other things for your body to burn. One thing that you could use, that I have used, I won't give you recommendation because they'll cancel the channel, they'll censor the channel into oblivion, is that I've used coconut oil. Just eat it. I mean, I do everything Spartan, so naked, so no frills. You don't think like the actual Spartans, they were sitting around like finely beautified meals, and that's not how it worked. Now, you don't have to go that far, but just understand that you eat to live, you don't live to eat. And technically, everybody is, a little bit different. So you might need, and when it comes right down to it, you might need a bunch of calories. And if that's what it takes to be the best you, then do it. Don't try to match like Schwarzenegger's meals or something, because it might not be anywhere close to your chemistry, what you've been working with for a long time, what your body has gotten used to. Make incremental steps, directions where you want to see improvement. That's fantastic, but no big change into like somebody else's way of doing things. Oh, Dissident Agnostic says you could request delivery if you choose to. Well, that certainly would be something I would be interested in. No claim checks. All right. Well, looks like we've come to the end. Austin says, Jason is ripped. I'm definitely ripped. Carlisle knows. So, folks, we've had a great conversation. I was going to play you a Fernald piece, but like I said, I'm going to eat. So we're going to get ready to exit the show. But I hope everybody had a good time. If you had any questions or comments that you thought of but didn't ask, and you think about, or you think about over the course of the week, write them down, jot them down. I want to speak to those issues so that we can continue to grow as a community and become better and stronger, faster and meaner, and all in our service to white well-being. Make this a week that you use, that you're going to say, this week is going to be the week I'm going to do something special. I'm going to get to a family member. I'm going to get to a friend. I'm going to get to that chat group. I'm going to get to my sewing circle. And when they bring up, or if I get an opportunity to bring up the war in Ukraine, you will be ready to say something powerful and inject one of the 5 key concepts, if not more. Make it a week to make a difference in the world, because we can sit around all day and talk about the things that really are just pure speculation and that have no meaning whatsoever. And then we go back to our very ordinary lives and we will have accomplished nothing. You would have wasted your life. Or you can make a difference in the world. And there are a lot of little white kids right now that are hoping you make the decision to do just that. I love you all. Let's go free.